Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, now we proceed to the next agenda, that is the presentation that will be delivered by our honorable keynote speakers. Wakil Menteri Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains dan Teknologi, Deputy Ministers of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Republik of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Fauzan MPD. Kami silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and very good morning. It is a great honor to be here today at the Palangka Raya International Conference on Education. The topic of this conference is Transforming Education, Best Practices in Global Era. I would like to talk about transforming education for climate and AI futures, a subject that is not only timely, but also very urgent. The convergence of artificial intelligence and technology is reshaping our world at an unprecedented pace. Today, I want to share some insights from an Indonesian perspective, drawing on global observation and our own national context. Last June and July, actually, I had the privilege of attending the International Society for Technology in Education conference in San Antonio, Texas. As the world's largest educational technology, ISTE is a powerful window into the future of learning. The sheer scale of the Education Technology Expo was undoubtedly the most memorable part of the conference. I spent an entire day from 9 a.m. until late afternoon exploring nearly every one of the 1,075 booths. Major players like Google for Education, eMobile for Education, BenQ Education, Canva, Prodigy, Microsoft for Education, and Adobe for Education were all present, showcasing their latest innovation. This was my first time attending such a massive educational technology expo, and to my knowledge, an event that of this magnitude and scope has never been held in Indonesia. What stood most was the sheer number of new edutech tools being launched, especially those powered by AI. For example, Google for Education unveiled a suite of new tools, all built around their Gemini. We saw Gemini for Education, a tool that can create interactive quizzes with built-in hints, and also Notebook LM, which can generate podcast-style audio discussion from uploaded sources in over 50 languages. Another captivating and impactful aspect of ISPE 2025, and a primary reason for my attendance, was the abundance of presentation and learning opportunities focused on AI for education. I attended numerous sessions, including Power of From, Maximize Productivity with Microsoft Copilot Chat, Teaching Writing with AI, Problems, Potentials, and Possible Futures, Empowering Student Creativity with Artificial Intelligence and Design Thinking, Artful Writing with Artificial Intelligence, and the Future of Writing Instruction, Navigating AI's Impact, among others. This presentation significantly broadened my understanding of various AI systems beneficial for education, extending beyond just ChatGPT to include tools like Gemini and Canva. In essence, the content delivered in this session provided crucial insight into how to redesign learning for the AI-infused world we live in. This material offered practical edtech strategies, and tools to help us meet learning goals. Of course, with thousands of learning opportunities and presenters running in concurrent and often overlapping sessions, it was impossible to attend them all. But the quality of what I did experience was exceptional. And then the second point of my talk is AI, the great dilemma of AI. The rapid integration of AI has created a new kind of tension in our school. At ISTE, a central theme was the paradox of AI use. Many teachers fear that students will rely on AI to complete their assignments from homework to dissertation. Yet, at the same time, we are seeing students protest when their own professors use AI for grading and assignment generation. This was a notable issue, for instance, at Northeastern University, where students, as reported by the New York Times, accused professors of hypocrisy, demanding tuition refunds because he is telling us, professor, not to use it, use I, and then he is using it by himself. This is the great dilemma we must confront. We can no longer pretend that student and teacher can simply be separated from social media and AI. The solution is not to turn back the clock, but to learn how to surf on this new wave of technology. In this new landscape, we can identify, for instance, three main groups of people in responding to AI: the skeptical adopters, pragmatic users, and AI enthusiasts. Each group represents a different approach to this technological shift, and our policies must be nuanced enough to address them all. And the last point that I would like to share is a new vision for transformative learning with the advance of AI with the emergence of new technology. I want to connect three observations, three categories of people in responding to AI with the concept of transformative learning, especially as it is related to AI. At its core, transformative learning is about changing the mindset of students. But with the advent of AI, it is our own mindset actually about education that must undergo a profound transformation. A renowned educational theorist, Jacques Mezirow, outlined 10 stages of this process, beginning with the first and most crucial step, a disorienting dilemma. I believe that AI is this very dilemma. It is an experience that shatters our old perspectives and forces us to fundamentally rethink what we know about education, knowledge, and even human identity. AI is challenging the very concept on which our educational system is built. Consider this question that we are now forced to confront. What does it mean to be an author when AI can serve as co-author and even generate an entire book on its own? How do we define plagiarism and cheating when AI tools can so effectively paraphrase text that it becomes unrecognizable from the original sources? These are not just technical issues, they are foundational questions about the very nature of learning. They are the new things of our educational discourse. How do we detect bias and misinformation in AI output? The power of the prompt to maximize productivity with tools like ChatGPT, Canva, and Gemini. The future of writing instruction and navigating AI impact. How to move beyond the cheat sheet and truly transform our students. AI again, as a disorienting dilemma, and it is up to us to navigate its complexity. This is the challenge, but it is also an incredible opportunity to embrace a new vision for transformative education. We must not be skeptical adopters or passive observers. We must be leaders who use these powerful tools to build new, more effective educational system for the future. The last point, in 2024, our Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Kemendikbud Tech, actually published a guidebook on the use of generative AI in higher education. This was certainly a crucial first step. Now, actually, we need a new framework for transformative learning that fully embraces and navigates the complexities of AI and new educational technologies. This is the challenge before us today. It is our collective responsibility to create an educational system that not only prepares students for an AI future, but also teaches us to harness these powerful tools for the betterment of society and our planet. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to listen to the presentation that will be presented by our honorable keynote speakers who joining with us in person now. Before of that, I would like to introduce you to our moderator, Bapak Lukman Baihaqi, PhD, from Islamic State University of Palangka Raya. Untuk bisa mengambil tempat di depan, kami silakan. Now please welcome our keynote speakers. From Malaysia, Professor Dr. Hairul Azhar bin Mat Daud from University Kelantan, Malaysia. I will hand over the time for the moderator to continue the session. The time is given.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat once more. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Palangka Raya International Conference on Education. And today we have theme Transforming Education Best Practices During Global Era. For all distinguished guests and respected speakers and also participants, both joining us online and offline. Thanks to God, we can meet together here in this bright occasion. And I am Lukman Baihaqi, will be serving you as the moderator of this session. And I would like to welcome you, our distinguished speaker. Associate Professor Dr. Hairul Azhar bin Mat Daud, right, sir? From Faculty of Creative Technology and Heritage, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. And in today's session, he will be performing with Transforming TVET through Creative Technology and AI, Policies, Practices, and Future Pathways. Yeah, without further ado, I would like to give this platform to Professor Dr. Khairul Azhar bin Daud. Time is available.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of the participants. Okay, and thank you for our moderators today. Okay, and then I need to read all of the list of questions here as well. There's a respectations for me. The salutation is very important actually. Okay. To distinguish of Mr. Hassan Eden's first Assistant of Regional Secretariats, okay, to the esteems of Dr. Natalina Asi, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of UBR, Mr. Muhammad Reza Prabowo, Head of Department of Education of Central Kalimantan Province, and then of course Mr. Jayani, Head of Department of Educational of Palangka Raya City, the respected of rectors of states and private universities in Central Kalimantan, okay, also Dr. Rinto Alexandro, okay, Dean of Faculty of Teachers Training and Education of UPR, okay, since heard him before, okay, at the outside. And then invited speakers, our distinguished invited speakers, okay, we share a lot of things, tomorrow, today, maybe future, inshallah. Okay, Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas, State University of Jakarta, very experienced persons, a lot of things I learned, okay. And then, of course, knowledge is very dynamic, so I must be learned again with him as well. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, and then invited speakers, Dr. Santuy Eliani, okay, from the State Islamic University of Palangka Raya, and invited speakers, Dr. Eli, okay, Dr. Eli Karliana from University of Palangka Raya. And of course, all of the respected keynote speakers, invited speakers, deans, professors, for sure that's all of our lecturers, actually our colleagues as well. And then, of course, our beloved students and all participants who attend this conference today. Okay, so maybe we need to show my slide presentations, organizers. Could you show my slide? Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I don't know, the arrangement is like this, so I should be sit down here in this chair, or maybe I can stand, because if just to sit here, it's like stuck somewhere. Okay, thank you. Can I go down? Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. That is just my sharing only, actually. We are sharing together. We have, that's with the academician, actually. So these are normal activities or events for the academician, actually. So sharing, that is very important. Is maybe I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Khairul Azhar. I'm from University Malaysia, Kelantan. There is quite far from here. 2 days to come here, to arrive here. Okay, so the topic that I will be discuss, maybe we sharing together, is about transforming TVET through creative technology and AI, okay, artificial intelligence. So we also maybe we can be a bit discuss and through my insight view in terms of policies, practice, and future pathways in terms of how to transform TVET systems and our education systems by using or incorporate with the creative technology and artificial intelligence itself. Okay, so next. Okay, this is just a simple list to guide us maybe in terms of what kind of thing I want to discuss or I want to share in today. Okay, first maybe I will explain a bit about TVET. What is a TVET is technicals, vocationals, educations and trainings, and then after that, what is the importance of TVET and the current challenge in TVET. So before we think more deeply and far in terms of to transform it, we must put to identify what kind of challenge, okay, that we're facing nowadays in the TVET first, okay, and then after that, I will explain a bit about the creative technology and artificial intelligence in education. Then transforms TVET. We can be transformed TVET with creative technology and artificial intelligence. Of course, we not just transform TVET now because TVET is already having, okay, it's already existing a long time ago, but we must be transformed it time by time, okay, because the emerging of the technologies, okay, that is very the emerging technology is a very tremendous there. So every time, every step, the technology, every times and every seconds, the technology, a new technology is coming. So it changed not just the way of our methods of teaching only, but also it changed our lifestyle as well. It changed how to generate the economy as well. So a lot of things we need to facing it. That is a challenge. Okay, and then not just to transform for the today, but how to sustain the transformation is important as well. So to make it sustain in the transforming, we need to go more deeply in terms of policies, okay? Because policy is important and is a factor which is, okay, can be able to change, okay, anything, okay, in the systems. Okay. And then we will talking about the case studies a bit. We will looking about this implementation as well. Challenge and risk in deployments just in a glance maybe because the time is very limited to me. And then, okay, I also need to control the time is because just give me 30 minutes only, half an hour only to me. And then after that, recommendations and roadmaps and maybe some conclusion for me. And if we have times, inshallah, we will be going for the Q&A, Q&A sessions. Okay, next. I have 20 slides, but no worry about that slide. Okay, I will skip which one that's important for that. Okay, so that what I'm talking about before about to transform TVET. Why we need to transform TVET? That is the important is. Okay, that is because rapidly changing worlds. You know, today's rapidly changing worlds, technicals and vocational education and training is becoming increasingly important because of the emerging of the technology is the emerging of the technologies. So we cannot teach our students actually in terms of like the conventional ones, which is in the, for the example, like a physical one, we have a machines and we want to transform in terms of what we call it, physical, hands-on, and so on only. Why? Because now the vocational itself, okay, the vocational itself, the nature of the working, the nature of the working is not like what, okay, what are we facing now? Okay. For the example is now we are facing with that what are the presentation from the speech from our minister before, okay, about the coming of the open AI, okay, artificial intelligence. Before the artificial intelligence is coming, what happened? Before the artificial intelligence is, something like we call it IoT, Internet of Things, something like about artificial intelligence, something like about a virtual reality or augmented reality and so on. All of that thing in terms of fourth industrial revolutions is. Okay. In the fourth industrial revolution is, so they didn't have any AI before, but it's coming suddenly. It's very fast coming. Now the AI come not just open AI, but the generative AI. There is something new. So the question is, what kind of technology actually we need embedded together in the our students or our TVET students. Okay, so if we're looking type of educations, actually there is still on the TVET, okay, type of education equips students with practicals and hands-on training in specific trades. Yeah, there is a skills and vocational specific trades. Okay, so next. Okay. Against in Tibet, before I go more, okay, discuss about what the importance of creative technology, okay, that I'm little bit mentions before, but it's still about Tibet because yeah, there is the alternative education and training, okay, beyond general academic, which focus on developing practical skills, okay, developing practical skills and expertise for specific trades. It means that TVET actually preparing individuals for workforce. Okay, so for the example like technicals, vocational education, training. What is technicals? Technicals is about something. We fix some things, we operate something. So that is about technical is. Okay, and of course there is also in terms of hardware and software. Okay, how to operate the software, how to operate the hardware itself, how to troubleshoot them. So that is in terms of technical is. But how about the vocational? Vocational is a specific things in the some trainings. Okay, means that if you want to learn about the weldings or you want to learn about the machines, so what kind of machine is you want to learn? That is specific things you must be learned. That's a vocational, and it focus to the some existing job that you're going at the futures. Okay, and then education. Education is in terms of our cognitive, our psychomotor, our effective, okay, to develop the holistic human beings. That's the educations. And then the last one is training. Training actually there is not, there is some of formal and some is informal educations that you call it in simple word. It's like a lifelong learning. That's a training, lifelong learning. And in this era, it also we're talking about rescaling and upscaling our workers. So it's not just about students who takes a formal education at the schools only or at the TVET educations, at the TVET systems only, but it also about the adults, about the workers is. So we must be, provide some kind of trainings in terms of TVET systems, not just for our students at the primary schools, at the secondary school or at the tertiary education only, but also, okay, to the workers, to the employees who are work at the outside. So the rescaling and upscaling is important, not just for them, but for us as well. Okay, rescaling. Before this, long time ago, 20 years ago, I teach my student never use any AI because they didn't have AI there. So everything is just like a physical, no e-learning at that time. So, but now we learn a lot of things since 2020, okay, 2020, we learn when suddenly the COVID is coming. When suddenly the COVID is coming, everybody, educators, okay, they also want to convey and deliver the message is, the knowledge is to their students, to their pupils, what kind of thing that they need to go, that they need to do. Because we cannot go outside at that time. So the platform is online systems. So we learn a lot of things how to teach our students by online system. We explore by self. Sometimes, not sometimes, actually a lot of times, the training also doing by by online. Okay, how to make a quiz by online. How to give, to evaluate students, our students by online system. Everything is in the system as well. And then after COVID, what else? After COVID, it's come a nature. Yeah? Means that sometimes we do the hybrid, what we are doing now. The hybrid education is. Okay? And then some, the evaluation is, the performance of students also we can be account it in the hybrid system as well. So the system is come. Okay. And then at my university as well, I think all universities in the world also, okay, we manage a lot of system until I also feel a little bit pressure on that. Because everything in the system. You evaluate students by using the system, you provide any material to give to your students, also they're putting in the system as well. And then of course you monitor your students doing something in the system, and the terms of something like project-based learning, problem-based learning, studio learning, mastery learnings, and a lot of method actually also comes because the support, okay, e-learning circumstance is, the e-learning ecosphere is. So, a lot of things. The platform also, a lot of platform. Now, maybe the channel is we use Zooms, but sometimes we use Google Meet. Sometimes we use, I don't know what kind of thing, a lot of things. So, a different platforms they have a different features. A different features means that we must be learn a lot of things as an academician. That is just about ours as the education. How about the workers at the outside? The reskilling and upskilling is important. Before this, machine just work alone in physicals. So we as the operators at the factory maybe can be do some troubleshooting to that machine by physically go there. Okay. But now you can stay anywhere. For the example, if you stay to the US, you still can be troubleshoot that machine as stay at the Palangka Raya maybe. So that we call it IoT, Internet of Things. Okay. Something are different. It's also with when we teaching our students in the TVET system as well. Before this, maybe we can teaching our students, okay, by something. Okay, we must have some very costly machines, like for the example, like welding machines or lathe machine and so on. Okay, that is very expensive one, and then we must teach them in physically. The practical is a very important, especially if we want to what we call it gains the skill is. Okay, they want to gain the very high skill. Of course, they must be do of the practice, okay, in a practically, okay, in a physical, for the example. By the way, before they use that machines, more better if they know how to control and operate that machine first. More better if they have a prior knowledge first. Okay? Because that machine is very expensive. We cannot let that student, okay, you go operate like that only. Okay, because it's a little, not a little bit, a big risk actually, okay, to make our machine is going breakdowns. So the simulation is very important. The simulation is. So to simulate is the system of simulation we can use in terms of to teach our students. Okay? To doing the process of welding, for example, to doing the process of control machine, for example, in a simulation first. Then they get idea, they know the knowledge, okay, with that prior knowledge that they have, they can be used this in terms of to control that machine more better. It's same with take a license for the driving as well, isn't it? They have some kind of simulation first. Also, to be a pilot as well. Okay. So it cannot just let you go to drive the flight. Okay. No, you must be sit in the simulation as well. Okay. After simulation, and you pass that simulation, so you can go physically practice. Next. Sorry, a bit long on that explanation. Okay, this the importance of TVET itself. Yeah, TVET actually essential for economic growth. Okay, because that to produce something, to design something, to develop something, everything needs a system, everything needs technologies, and everything needs some we call it machine and so on. So, who to be control that machine? Who to be designs the system? Who to be develops? Okay, that's a process. Okay. Of course, all of that thing come from that. Just in that, for the students actually, who's go streamline in the science, for example, okay, they will learn physics, they will learn biology, they will learn chemistry, for example. Okay? But they learn a lot of things that is not specific machine. Okay. If they want to be engineer at the future, so what kind of engineer? For example, if mechanical engineer, maybe biology are not really related with the mechanical engineer, but they still learn at the secondary school as well. So that's why some system in Tibet is, I'm not really sure about the Indonesia, but I'm sharing about what we'll set up in Malaysia, which is at the Form 3, they can be choose, they want to stay or remain at a conventional education, or they want to go to the path of Tibet education. So if we go to the Tibet education, they go to the Tibet education, they learn for 3 years to get a diploma. Okay. But for the conventional ones, they just finish the studies, complete the study until get the SPM, certificates of what we call it, Malaysia education, something like that. Okay, and then they still didn't get any skills on that. So they must be learned again before going to the universities. Okay. At the universities, still the process of cognitive is there. Means that we are talking about theories, but we are not really talking about the practical is. But what are the future needs actually? The theory is or the practical is? Of course, to be the engineer, both is very important. If you want to design something, theory should become first, then practical will come later. By the way, if we want to provide a very skillful employees in terms of to grow up our economy, the practical should become first. That is the importance of Tibet. Okay? And then Tibet also reduce unemployment rates. Why? Because focus. Focus to the fields based on the jobs they want to go in the future. And then another is it will help business by ensuring that they have a well-trained workforce that can meet the demands of their industry. So we call it not waste any time. Get workers, no need to train, you just can do your job. Okay? So another thing, of course, with a Tibet programs, also cost effective. So they are typically shorter in durations and traditional compared to the traditional academic programs, and TVET also provides students with practical skills that I mentioned before. Okay, next slide. Let's go through the slide. Okay, next slide again. Okay, next. Okay. The previous slide just to show about the data in terms of Malaysia, which is until 2000 something like 2019 until now, the increase of the percentage for the TVET's education is going to the 10% only. It quite be lagging behind if we compare to global trends nowadays. So it's still in the lagging in our side as well. So we do something. I'm not in the Indonesia. Okay. So there is a current challenge in TVET. The current challenge in TVET first is uncoordinated governance. Means that maybe we have a two or more than accrediting bodies, which means that is not focused to the one standardized. So what means? Means that the TVET system offers at our country, actually, they have a different standard. So it's not good actually. So we must have a same standard. And then the most important, if we can think together as well here, is the standards of TVET is not just at one country only. Maybe the standard of TVET in the Asia is. So what is the standard? Should be, you can be said, the student have a good skillful, okay, very good, very quality. How good they are, how skillful they are. What kind of standards are you measure the skills of them? Okay, so also lack of recognition of technologies. Okay, because lack of the recognition of the technologies, maybe that makes not interested, okay, to someone to enter the TVET system. But now at Malaysia, at Malaysia, I was just sharing here at Malaysia, since I thought maybe like 5 years ago, we already established once a specialist board that we call it Malaysians Board of Technologies. Means that whose studies in TVET, so they can be works at the education, at the vocational path, and then after several years, they can be applied for TS, technologies. That's why I'm also applied for the DETS, that we call it Malaysia Board of Technologies. If you apply at that recognition for the Malaysia Board of Technologies, then they will be recognize you as a specialist or as a professional technologist. Then for the professional technologies, the level is same with IR engineer, IR like SR surveyor, AR architect, and so on. So the recognition is a very important okay, to encourage, okay, lot of our students actually to register, okay, as a professional technologies. Okay, and then also about the fragmented TVET delivery. Okay, multiple providers, maybe some providers TVET from the other ministries, some from the ministries at Malaysia. Okay, we have lots. Providers from Ministry of Education, providers from the Ministry of Higher Education, providers from Ministry of Human Resource. So when a lot of providers provides the TVET system, of course, the standard also are different. When the standard is different, that is a problem. Okay. Then the competencies gaps among instructors. That's a big problem. Okay. We want to teach our students in TVET systems. to make them, get a good skillful in some things to do. Okay, for example, to teach machine. But we actually, as the educators, we learn we come from a conventional education system. So without the process of reskilling and upskilling, what are our expectation actually to teach our students if we are not through the process of upskilling? So that is a very important okay? That is current challenge. Okay? No centralized database, minimal industry exposure, skill efficiencies. We are never exposed by any industry before. We just stay at the, in our scope, in our circumstance only. We stay at the higher education, at the universities, but we are never go to the industries. We don't know what kind of things happens at the industry is. So what are the expectations? Okay? We want to teach our students, and what kind of thing that we want to equip our students with a very sufficient knowledge to make them very ready to facing with a challenge of the futures after they going inside to the industry is. Okay? So next. Yeah. This is the important slide. Okay. That is about the creative technology and AI actually. So what is a creative technology that I mentioned? Creative technology, something going directly to the example is, for the example like augmented reality, virtual reality, AR, virtual reality, gamifications, okay, and makerspace, okay, and then AI in education, okay, artificial intelligence in education, which is AI functions. Okay, act has the intelligent tutorings, act has adaptive learning and analytics system, which means AI able to analytic lots of performance, okay, from the students. So based on that, AI can be adjust and control the system of the creative technology in terms to parallel and in line with what that student needs. Because we must be remembered that among of our students, the diversity of intelligence is there. So not all of them, not all of them have a good performance. Maybe at the same group, they have some students are not really good in the performance is. So we must be think on that, and AI will be helps in terms of to adjust, okay, to make it or to make sure it suitable and match with the learners at that time. Okay, so the personal learners will be coming, will be happens that. Okay, for the example is AI or VR. Okay, the AI function will be used maybe to adaptive, okay, to adaptive learnings and analytic is. So how they interact, how they intersect actually, okay, the connections between AI function and creative technology. Okay, AI that I mentioned before, it can be just visual contents, okay, based on student performance and engagement. Some students, they are a different behavior to the students. They are a different intention to other students. So the engagement also is different. So how we, as a human being, as an ordinary human being, actually want to adjust with our multiples or diversity in what we call it, diversity intelligence among of our students. Of course, that's a very challenging, isn't it? So it quite be impossible as well. So, and then AI can be helped with. Also about gamifications. Okay, so AI function is to has intelligent tutoring and analytics. Okay, and the intent of the AI is AI will be able to track progress and personalize challenge or reward to motivate learners. Okay? It will be help us to make sure the students who actually deserve to get the rewards will get the rewards. Okay? And they will feel appreciated, and of course it will motivate them to learn more and learn. Okay, okay, next. There's a creative, there's how they complement each other. Means that the creative technology incorporated together with the AI in education, so how they complement each other in terms of personalized immersions, in terms of motivation and engagement, in terms of hands-on learning with smart supports and data-driven insight. Okay, maybe pick one as the examples. Okay, because limited of times. Okay, for the example is motivation and engagement. Okay, we want to make our students more motivated and engaged with the studies. So of course, by doing or by conduct the gamification adds funds and competition through points, maybe give some badge or give some levels. So AI actually ensure all of these elements are meaningful by analyzing, okay, the performance among of the students in terms of to motivate our students or our learners, and it can be adjusting accordingly. Okay, so that is, I think, the importance of AI is that it's not just about the creative technology. Before we have AI, creative technology may stand alone. Okay, then we, as the educators or as the teachers, we need to adjust it. So now we have the AI, and AI actually, if we use in a right way, so it of course can be assist us. I'm always said that the terms of the AI is, okay, the term of AI is, for me, AI has our modern slave, have our modern slave. So everybody now have a slave. So you can be asked, do something to do, so do something to do. And then the word of manipulation is a very important. We manipulate AI to do the very effective and efficient job to us. Okay. So, the other aspect is to the contact of ethics and integrity, that's very important as well. Okay, we make sure that of explorations, we want to explore the knowledge. How you want to explore the knowledge? Skills of seeks a knowledge, the skill of do a research, for the example. So the skill of creativity, the skill of problem solving, it can be assisted by artificial intelligence systems. Okay, so the way how you use AI is very important. Okay, so please don't be a slave for the AI, but make AI as our slave. Okay. Okay, next. Maybe we're going fast. Okay. Impact of education. Just have some impact of education, more inclusive learning, higher retention and mastery, and empower educators with real-time data and intelligent tools to support teaching. Okay, next. Yeah. There's some visuals to show that the augmented reality welding system delivers real-time feedback for trainings. So you can do trainings time by standing, always do the training without waste, any sources, okay? Just with a simulation is, okay? Also about the late machine simulator for training. Next. Okay, this is about the using the augmented reality for technical drawing. For the technical drawing, you can use the augmented reality, or you also can use the system of virtual reality in terms to make them more easy to understand in terms of technical drawing. Isometric drawing, 3D drawing, for example. Okay, first projection of the drawing. So not all of the students really have ability, a good ability in terms to imaging. While by looking in the first projections to convert to the 3 dimensions. Yeah. So by using the augmented reality and virtual reality, it will help students to imagine it is more easier. Okay, next. Yeah, just to empowering future-ready learnings. Okay, first, we must be personalized past. Second, it will be realistic simulation and visual labs. Okay, all of that thing is in terms of to empower future-ready learnings. Okay, the second thing is, the third is about automation of assessments and feedback, data-driven curriculum improvement, and enabling RITs or hybrid learning. Okay, next. Policies enablers. That's a very important in terms of to make the transformings of TVET education is sustained. Otherwise, we just talk here and it's nothing will happen. Okay, so this aspect is very important. In the strategic vision, we must have a clear strategy on that. Okay, a national framework is very important in terms of make sure, okay, the authority can be support, okay, can inculcate, can be developed, okay, the transformation of TVET system. Okay, and then funding, of course, standards for quality, ethics, data privacy, of course, okay, because when we use the AI, actually, they will drive a lot of data. And the issues of cybersecurity also is a very important issue. So we have a standards for quality, ethics, and data. And then partnership with industry, okay, technology firms, NGO, and so on. Okay, we are not working in silo yet now. We must working together to collaborate with everybody in every fields, in every expertise, in terms of to to train our students with a technology that we are facing now. Because we must understand that the technology is coming here now is going to disrupt the way of our life. Okay, and I believe that everybody now a little bit stressed. Okay, because of the technology is. Okay? And then capacity building for teachers and trainers. Okay, so next. Okay, to move, there is a practice. Some, if you want to implement it, from vision to impact. So we must focus on practical implementation. What kind of practical implementation that we need to implement it? Okay. First, maybe we need to conduct some pilot projects of the type, for the examples. Maybe we need to conduct or organize the blended learnings models. It depends to your, your environments, okay, your ecosystem in terms to implement the blended learning models. Collaboration with industries now that is very important, okay, to expose our students, okay, with what our industry needs at the future. Okay, because we must be remember that what we are equip our students nowadays, this year, okay, actually to equip them for their future, for what our industry need at 4 years ago. But we must be realized that the technology is coming is very fast. 4 years maybe we no need to use the handphone again. I don't know what kind of technology is coming. Okay, so that's continuous professional development for instructors. Then monitoring, of course, the last one, we must be monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Okay? So AI also can be help us, okay, in terms of to derive the curriculums. Okay? The curriculums that are need maybe with some expectation what kind of curriculum is after 4 years ahead. Okay. Next. Okay, this is just some case studies from Malaysia. Next, I think I want to explain a bit about this. Okay, now next, please. Next slide. Okay, some from Indonesia means that they have some, studies in terms of Tibet to be implemented at Malaysia, to be implemented at Indonesia, and then next. Okay, next. Okay, and of course the studies at the Finland, Singapore, Germany. So I think is about to implement the creative technology integrated or incorporated with the AI. Okay, so actually based on all of the case studies are conducted in Malaysia, Indonesia, and around the countries, at the Asia, the Europe, for example. So the positive outcome is higher completion rates. Okay, as learners stay engaged and supported. And then the second one is better job matching. And the third one is stronger industry partnerships. Okay, has employees co-develop and validate training modules there. Okay, so this example actually demonstrates that innovation is not limited by geography, okay, but it's driven by strategic visions, collaborations, and commitment of learner success. Okay, so actually it's depend to us. Okay, our innovation is. We are not now talking about the inventions. Now the era of innovation is. We have a current, the existing system, but how to innovate it, to adapt with our ecosystems. Maybe ecosystem at the Indonesia, at the Palangka Raya, is a difference compared to my place at Malaysia. But still, the basis is policies. The basis is innovation. So it's come from us, okay, to innovate everything. Okay, next. Then the spirit is actually to maybe revamps, maybe transforms the web system to make it relevant with our current situations and for the future's needs as well. We have failed in terms of to transform the system means that we put ourselves in irrelevant situation at the futures. Okay? So there's some challenge and risk for deployments. Okay? Maybe equity and access, there is a problem is, okay, to provide the, what we call it, inclusivity of education. So the equity is some challenging, especially who are stay at the rurals and who are stay at the urbans. So there is a difference is. So there is a challenge to make it equal and to reduce the gaps there. Okay. And then of course data privacy.
Sorry, Professor.
Algorithm.
To interrupt, the time is almost.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Cost and sustainability, resistance from the faculty and need on ongoing evaluation. Okay, next. Sorry. This is the future pathway. We have a hybrid physical and virtual makerspace. We have a global collaboration and open educational resources. Okay, next. Recommendation. Maybe we need short-term action. Maybe we also need a medium-term goals. And of course, we need a long-term visions. Next. Okay. Some recommendation from my insight of view, maybe from the stakeholders, from the government, so from institution, industry, and communities, everybody, every institutions, coordinate together in terms of to transform the TVET systems. Next. Okay, this is a closing talk. Okay, so I think that's a pivotal moment is the rise of AI and creative technology is reshaping education, industry, and society. So we stand at a crossroad now. Okay, so action now will define the future. So sorry, maybe because the sharing is quite long, but I think that that is very important in terms of to transform the TVET to make all of us relevant and to ensure that and to avoid us from stand in irrelevant situation at the future. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Khairul. That was provoking thoughts of presentations, and indeed, AI and education. When we are talking about AI technology, it's like a knife for us. If we do not use it properly, it's really kill us. I remember several days ago when I asked my students to write essays for their homeworks. You know what? They can do it at immediate time, maybe only several clicks to do some essays. I think you experience just like me, right? Yeah. AI and this technology, we can avoid this technology, but the challenging things for us is how to use it properly. And Professor Khairul has presented, shows that how the best practice in Malaysia and how they use AI technology for the creative of in education. Well, it's time for question and answer sessions. I open maybe the first one session, one or two questioners. Okay, I see numbers of hands around there, and please proceed to the provided microphones. Sorry, sir, mention your name and your affiliation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Khairul. My name is Yasir Fahmi Mubarak. I am from Universitas PGRI Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, Banjarmasin. So I'm wondering the term of digital literacy. So nowadays at Indonesia, we in facing the AI era, the government asks the elementary teacher also to teach how to use AI for the students and then also coding. So now, in what extent actually digital literacy should we provide to the teachers? And then regarding the TVET, I believe in Indonesia also since 2023 also the government embrace the TVET also, sir. And we are in university, the governments in higher educations, use the terms match programs in industry programs. But in my question is, since we are in Indonesia, we also have polytechnics, vocational schools for the higher education also. Should we provide also the TVET in university levels? I mean at normal university like us I'm from English language education. We are in teacher training program also. In what way the TVET should we provide? Since you also mentioned the curriculum is outdated now. In what way, sir? Thank you very much. That's my questions.
The second question is about to generate a curriculum, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Especially in you are asking about the vocational programs
Yes.
also, right? We have polytechnic also in our country.
Yes.
But what about in university level? I mean, in general university, like us, teacher training programs, maybe?
Yeah.
How we adopt the TFAP program, sir?
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. The first thing is about elementary schools. So, if you have been heard before, maybe the terms of STEM as well. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So, the combination of that's everything. If we're talking about science, means that is the aspect of experiments, the aspect of research. Okay? Means the aspect of to solve the problem is. Okay? And then the second one is technologies. The terms of technology in easy word, we can say this is the applied of machines, the applied of system, the using of the system is. That's what technology is. Whether the system in the hard, hard, we call it, or hard or soft terms. That's okay. And then number 3 is engineering. If we're talking about engineering, engineering is about how to design it, how to develop it. That's engineering. So to design, to develop, okay, and then to plan is, okay, there is engineering. And mathematics. Mathematics is a fact. Means that 2 plus 2 is 4. But it also, if you want to change the design to plus 2 to 4, for the example, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is also equals to 4. So that is the engineering, because we redesigns the way of calculations. Okay? And then we solve the problems. 2 plus 2 is a problem. To solve the problem, the answer is 4. So of course, that is about the science. Because we make the experiment is. Experiment number 1, the way of calculation, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals to 4. Experiment number 2, 3 plus 1 is 4. Experiment number 3, 2 plus 2 is 4, and so on. So there is a sign is. Then about the technology, of course, just use a calculator, or you can be asked the AI if you want. So that is about STEMs. But the question is about to using the AI itself, isn't it? So using the AI in terms of STEM, we actually give some problem solving. A problem is, that's why we call it, we have some methods of what we call it, problem-based learning or project-based learning. So give to the students, and student will be cooperate together with that system, we call it AI. But the question is, how the elementary students can be cooperate with the AI if they don't know how to prompt it. So to prompt it, of course, they must be understand more clearly about the context is. The context of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. If we don't know that context, of course, they also cannot or not able to cooperate with I in efficient and effective way. So the way to adapt AI or adopt AI to the elementary, actually, they must be understanding, about the context, what are they want to solve, what kind of problem is. Okay. So, and then maybe also the terms of what we call it, brain-based learning as well. Yeah, brain-based learning means that when the students comes in the classroom, actually we are not teach our students, but we are teach their brain. That is the concept. So to design their brain to work together with the AI means that we must to be make sure the contact is. So that's what our moderator said as before. Okay, the way to use AI not just use without know nothing, but use when you masters and understands the what we call it the knowledge first. Okay, the fundamental first. Okay. When you understand the fundamental, you can use the AI. So have a level is. Okay, this second question. Sorry, this may be short. I think how to answer it the short way. Okay. The second is about curriculum, isn't it? So AI derive the analytics data. So they actually AI can be analysis or analytic data. It's from all of the students or learners. So they can get the data, the way how they learn, their performance is, the level is, then based on that, they when can be analyze all of the data in terms to drive and come up with some maybe some curriculums, maybe some procedures, maybe some handouts, which is matching with the ability, with the intelligence of that students. That is another perspective. The another perspective is about the future is, because the AI also can be predict what kind of technology will be coming or will be emerging at the future is. So, based on the future, what kind of field or sectors which is dominance? Are the skills of communication is dominant after 5 years at the futures? Or maybe the skills of problem solving is more dominant compared to communication skills? So which one? So based on that, AI can be help us in terms to redesign the curriculum of the TVET. For the example, before this, communication skills are not really important among the TVET systems. No need to communicate, just communicate with machine only at that time. But now, the collaboration skills is very important. The communication skills is very important. So which one is more important? AI can be help us to analyze it and to drive the curriculum which is matched with the current students that we have now. I answer that question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Hairul, for the answers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. And I think because of the limited of time, we have one more questioner. Is there? Okay, sir.
I'm waiting for another, but if there's none, then I will ask. Yeah, we have, yesterday we discussed a lot with Professor Hairul, but I'm waiting for this moment, actually, the official time to ask. And you're saying that you are in the TVET field, right? And in your presentation before, you have a little bit knowledge in TVET in Indonesia, SMK, something in Makassar, something like that. Yeah. So you already know a little about TVET in Indonesia.
Actually, they have rights in some articles, journals.
Okay.
The reporting
Okay.
is there.
So you got it, information from the articles. Okay. All right. I think we have the same problem, I think, in Tibet, Indonesia and Malaysia. And the vocational, we put the emphasis on the skills, right? Different from the general high school. They emphasize in the knowledge, but not in the skill, in the motoric skills. So that's in your presentation you have like, in order to solve the problem with these technology that's very expensive. If we buy this new equipment every time they release the industry release new equipment, then the school they have to change again. They have to buy anything that if you want to match this the education with the industry. I think that's impossible for this education to do that. So my opinion, I'm thinking of it, that we cannot match the industry progress, our education system. We cannot buy like iPhone. They release the new iPhone every year. So our school can we expect to buy new stuff every year? No, it's not good because the curriculum they have like 4 years cycle, right? To revise the curriculum. We need to complete a whole 4 years curriculum. Then after that we learn and we compare with the industry. Then we revise. But the industry they don't want to wait until 4 years. Every year they can change. So my thinking is it's useless if we change this technology. What we need, for me, even in the Tibet, we need to train the knowledge. Like you said before, the fundamental is the most important things because the technology is always developed every time. They don't wait for 4 years to match this curriculum. No, we cannot wait for this the industry. They won't wait. So every time the graduates from the university, from this polytechnic, whatever, they still have to learn new technologies. There's no way, I think, in the most prestigious university they can teach the graduates. Suddenly they come into this industry and they don't need to learn. I don't think so. I don't believe it, because technology comes in exponential in industry compared to this university. What do you think about it? What do you think in Malaysia compared to in solving that kind of problem?
Yeah, I think there is the same question actually, because you know the machine is a very expensive piece. So when coming new technologies, of course, university didn't have ability to buy a new technology but we can be solve it by collaborate with the industry as well. So actually, we encourage the industry, some expertise from the industry to come to the university, and at the same time also we make some mobility programs. That's mobility, not just the university mobility only, but also the industry mobility as well. And then we also have a kinds of what we call it in Malaysia. We provide some scheme to give some leave, 3 months, like a sabbatical leave, or maybe going to the 12 months, 1 year, to attach with the industry for the what we call it lecturers. Okay, we will encourage them to do that. And now, just a few weeks ago, okay, the orders come from the top management as well. Okay, more than 40% lecturers, okay, must have a plans and ready to be attached with the industries. Yeah. So now that's a bit pressure for the for the lecturers, but there is a challenge we must be facing on. So based on that, the collaboration is very important, and also based on the collaboration, not just about the technology but about what kind of skill is. Okay. For example, the skills to get knowledge, the skills to seek some resource from the Googles and so on, the skills to solve a problem solver skills. Okay, and then all of that skill actually must be provided to our students, not just about the skills to operate the machine itself only. Okay. The collaboration skills is very important. The communication skill is very important. The problem solving skills is very important as well. So now we must be changed. Our TVET students not just work silo with their machine only, but also works and collaborate with other parties in their circumstance as well. That's my opinions.
Okay, thank you. Continue to the answer from this from Professor. So your government, they support the policy, like you said, that the lecturers, they have to adopt with this new technology, right?
Yeah.
And
the
who
other
pays
one-
for that? The government will pay for that, for the lecturers.
Yeah, of course.
40%, you said? So they have to adapt. Let's say my background is mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
But the new technology, the new industry wants me to change
Yeah.
because they don't need the old mechanical engineering. So,
For the example, in
yes.
myself,
Okay.
in my experience, I'm in mechanical engineering as well.
Okay.
Then now I'm work at the Faculty of Creative Technology.
All right.
Means that now I'm teach in the field of the multimedia because my PhD in educational technology. That's okay. But I still, want to remain the knowledge of the mechanical engineering myself. So I applied for the sabbatical leave, go to the industry for the 6 months. That's, we call it...
Still you get paid from the government during the sabbatical leaves.
Yeah, I have a salary
Oh, okay.
as usual, plus with a sums allowance.
Oh, God.
Because-
Yeah, that's very nice.
Because just a small allowance only, because
Okay.
go to the industries.
How about if some lecturers, they don't want to change? My basic is this, I don't want to go to new knowledge.
That's very hard questions.
That's the problem, right? Okay, okay. All right, thank you, that's all.
Yeah, thank you very much, professors, for, for your insightful presentations. And yeah, I would like to conclude our session today. So, TVET is about how we use our brains and skilled, or how to making the best of our brains and skills to use AI. And I think that is the point. And collaboration and problem solving is part of that. And I think as educators, sometimes we feel like of our, the IT knowledge toward our students who are born digitally native. And yeah, when we are talking about AI, it doesn't mean that we are thinking faster than our students. Sometimes our students think faster or also have knowledge or skills more than us. So it's about how we use our brain in using AI in our education sectors. Thank you very much for your participation, audience. Thank you very much for all. Let's give applause to our presenter. Thank you very much, sir. And I close with Alhamdulillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Hairul Azhar bin Mat Daud, who has given us such an impactful knowledge in this seminar. And also for our moderator, Bapak Lukman Baihaki, PhD. Thank you. So before we continue to the next agenda, please Professor Dr. Hairul Azhar bin Mat Daud to come forward, and please for the chair of the committee to hand over this certificate. Give a big round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the next agenda. That is the presentation that will be presented by our invited speaker. But before of that, I would like to introduce you to our moderator, Bapak Dr. Ilham MPD from Muhammadiyah University of Palangka Raya to take place in front. And also we have two invited speakers that will be moderated by Bapak Dr. Ilham MPD. The first is Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas from State University of Jakarta. And second invited speaker, Dr. Eli Karliani MPD from Universitas Palangka Raya. And now please welcome Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas from State University of Jakarta.
Please come forward, Prof. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ilham. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Palangka Raya. In this session, I will serve as the moderator for our keynote speaker. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with our first keynote presentation delivered by Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Professor Hafid Abbas is distinguished scholar in education and human rights. He served as the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, Komnas HAM, of Indonesia from 2012 to 2017. And he has also taught at the University of Connecticut and Harvard University, specializing in human rights and Asian studies. Before we begin, we kindly remind Professor that time allocated for this presentation is 15 minutes. Professor Hafid Abbas, the stage is yours. Please welcome him with applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Hairul, the chair of organizing committee, the candidate doctor, yeah. Maida, Eli, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be with you here, distinguished participants, this international conference. Well, I would like to bring a special issue about social entrepreneurship education. We are more than happy to share this point, what, how, and why for social entrepreneurship at this great province of Central Kalimantan. Central Kalimantan, I think, times much larger than the whole Java. Yeah? So indeed, the spirit of university, according to UNESCO, university is a scientific community whose members are committed to pursuit of truth, being fully committed to science and technology development, being fully committed to the promotion and protection of human dignity, prosperity, justice, human rights, democracy, and the creation of world peace. That's indeed the spirit of Palangka Raya University, the spirit of universality. So within this regard, there should be no any Indonesian to be left far behind. They should be promoted to achieve a greater reputation, not only nationally, regionally, but also globally. Within this spirit, I would like to share to you. So may I move there to share my presentation, because I would be more than happy to be much closer to your mind and your heart. So I move like Professor Hairul. Yeah. So I put my presentation over here. Yes, this is the modality of, is it okay? Can you see this? Set here. Bisa. Okay. Yes. This is Indonesia. Indonesia indeed is twice much larger than whole European Union, because our size, the ocean, the land is 8.2 million square kilometers, while entire European Union only 4.1 million square kilometers. So indeed, Indonesia is a maritime continent. So, but we have here, this is the World Bank publication, that Indonesia is in danger. There are two dangers that Indonesia will have: disintegrated like Soviet Union, or decay from the within. Dia hancur dari dalam. There is a World Bank prediction, a scientific prediction. There are 4 reasons why banks said so. 4. Inequality. It's like discrimination. Majority of Indonesia is no privilege to enjoy the great Indonesia, because political discrimination, economic discriminations is the inherent nature of Indonesia. The second is that the quality of education cannot adapt with a modern economy. They can be only absorbed in informal sectors with a very, very low wages. Cukup untuk tidak mati saja. So very. The third is the concentration of financial resources only in the hand of a very selected few. Only 4 Indonesians have equal wealth of Indonesians. 4 orang Indonesia, bukan 4 perusahaan. Kekayaannya sama dengan 100 juta penduduk Indonesia. 4 orang. That's danger. And the last, the majority Indonesian have no saving for the future of the children and their own future. Dia miskin, tidak punya apa-apa. And all this saving, almost 90% concentrated in Java. So that's the fact. Here, this is our politician. They gave 4,000 islands to China. Please come here. You take the island, 4,000 islands. We have 17,000 islands. So you know this person. But look here. This 35 million square hectares only dominated by very few persons, 6 or 7 persons. Dominate this 35 million square hectares. And another 16 hectares here, ini sawit, yeah. Only very selected few, very few persons. 50 million square kilometers dominated by very small number of Indonesians. This, the data. And we have here many provinces. Many provinces. If we calculate the size of the land, and the land owned by
business persons, the size of the land under the occupation of this business person than the size of the whole land of the province. Jauh lebih luas, bisa 2 kali tanah yang dikuasai pengusaha-pengusaha ini dibanding provinsi itu. That's the fact. Look here, like Southeast Sulawesi. Look, is Kalimantan. Look, North Kalimantan and many other provinces. One World Bank said Indonesia will disappear. Tidak mungkin selamat karena terlalu banyak. Mana ada negara selamat kalau tidak ada tanahnya? Itulah berkah yang kita pelajari. So look, for Indonesians, duit yang dikuasai lebih dari setengah kekayaan penduduk Indonesia, bukan 4 perusahaan. So in danger. Ini ada satu orang, the name is there, but their wealth, if we calculate the income per capita of Indonesians should compete this person for 260 million years to achieve this number, kekayaannya. 260 juta tahun rata-rata Indonesia itu baru bisa bekerja punya kekayaan di situ. Itu perhitungan. And all this land, now look, Java no single area and not under the domain of business persons. So what should we do to this? This is a new page. This is the responsibility of academia. So don't sleep because Indonesia in danger. I was the president of Indonesian National Commission for Human Rights. I know the situation. I served for the government as Deputy Minister, Director General, the Head of Research at Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. So this is the fact. So now, for the safety of Indonesians, let's reflect. This university is the voice of academia. Let us express the truth, the fact. So now I think Palangka Raya University is a center of excellence here in the central Kalimantan. So why don't we take education as the great equalizer to remove this great social gap. So what should we do? We introduce social entrepreneurship. This is a matter of life and death. And I remember you, Professor Hairul, one day, Prime Minister of Malaysia, Abdullah Badawi, make a speech in UNESCO Paris for Malaysia. We don't call education as extremely important issue for Malaysia. We don't use that word. We don't use education is absolutely vital for Malaysia. No. But this is Abdullah Badawi words. For Malaysia, education is a matter of life and death for the entire Malaysia. Pendidikan persoalan hidup matinya, hancurnya Malaysia di masa depan. So it is a very dangerous point. And was remind this sentence when I was the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. Here, Yuwono Sudarsono, Minister of Education, in 1998, 1999, he said, the danger we have for Indonesia is they call it senjang pengetahuan. Means that the education is left far, far behind. He sent this email on 23rd July 1999 when I was Wakil Rektor di Universitas Negeri Jakarta. So look, education is the best instrument for bringing up those left far behind. The best equalizer. So World Bank publication, let's to be our agenda to address this. Now, what should we do? So let's develop Center of Excellence. Palangka Raya is the only in the world as big. Why don't we use this for the great Indonesia? In CMIAO, Southeast Asia and ASEAN, Minister of Education, they put Malaysia as the Center of Excellence for Math and Science. They put Brunei, the Center of Excellence for Vocational Education. They put Chulalongkorn University as a Center of Excellence for Tropical Medicine. They put tropical forests in IPB, Indonesia. Why don't we put Gambut as a center for excellence here in Universitas Palangka Raya to serve the world? Because ASEAN could engage with associate members, with European Union, an affiliate member with United Nations members, UNESCO, ILO, FAO, and so on and so on. So I think after this conference, I would be more than happy to support this senior movement to develop Center of Excellence here in Palangka Raya University. So if you, look, Singapore is the center for language. Why don't we start to initiate Center of Excellence for forestry, orang utang, or gambut, you saw. So to do so, here, I put an example, the social entrepreneurship to align with Tridharma, yes, and how to identify the modality of these centers. You see, well, we can put as a training centers, we can put as a share resources, as consultation and mobility, develop innovation, and develop startup. So here I would like to give you an example here. The Universitas, not Universitas anyhow, di Politeknik Negeri Malang. Dia menghasilkan produk-produk mesin-mesin kecil untuk industri rumah tangga, buat bakso, buat keripik, pisang, dikeringkan gitu kan. Buat ini, buat itu ya. They can earn 500 billions annually. Sama dengan ini, Center of Excellence, Pulimdo, di Manado. Dia jadikan sumber kesejahteraan masyarakatnya dengan studi kelapa. Sabuknya, tempurung kelapa, ya bisa olah, menjadi kesejahteraan. Batang kelapa bisa jadi rumah, perabot, diekspor ke Amerika Latin, Eropa, dan seterusnya. Sejahtera. Dengan dasar begini, seperti tadi Prof. Hairul has mentioned so far, so put the local problem here as an inspiration, imagination for students, lecturers, researchers at Palangka Raya University. Gambut, ya, dan segala resourcesnya menjadi problem base. Seperti di Manado ada masalah sampah kelapa, sabuk kelapa, tempurung kelapa, but they could find a product over there. Sabuk bisa buat tikar, bisa buat atap rumah, bisa buat ini. Dan setelah itu ada project base for industry. Diekspor ke luar negeri hasilnya dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. So why don't we adopt senior model here in Palangka Raya? Yeah, and this is just replication. This is the very last Halim. Yeah, I published a few books by World Bank and Nation Development Bank here, like what Muhammad Yunus has done so far, knowledge-based economy. Supaya jangan Indonesia bubar, kita ingin memberdayakan mereka yang terindah. Masa ada satu orang, tanahnya waktu saya ketua Komnas HAM, saya hitung, tanahnya 5,2 juta hektar. Tapi setelah saya tinggalkan itu Komnas HAM, 9,5 juta hektar. Can you imagine? Jakarta seluruhnya hanya 66.000 hektar. Mengapa ini terjadi? Karena kos politik terlalu mahal. Jadi bupati, wali kota, gubernur, dia harus punya duit 100-200 miliar. Kalau dia bekerja dengan tidak korupsi, tidak dapat duit panas dari pengusaha, dia harus kerja 200 tahun rata-rata baru modalnya kembali. Jadi sekarang masa depan Indonesia di tangan Bapak Ibu, akademik community. Harus bersuara supaya Indonesia selamat, meski Banduni menyebut sulit sekali selamat, karena sistem kita dalam ini. Ini tolong dibaca ini. 3 buku. Ini waktu saya bekerja di Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa di wilayah Asia Pasifik, tangani 24 negara, ya, this is when I was in the Philippines, this is when I was in China, this was in Bhutan, this was in Nepal. Ini pakai kacamata saya, masih muda waktu itu. Nah, tapi ini terakhir. Saya juga buat, this is my dedication for Indonesia. I established a training center to remove any unemployment. Saya tidak ingin ada seorang pun di Indonesia ini yang tidak bekerja. Kami membangun koalisi global, kami buat namanya Wisma Hafid Training Centers. Jadi ini di Makassar juga kami buat di mana-mana. Mungkin juga nanti kalau ada yang perlu belajar ke 35 negara, mau kerja ke Malaysia atau kemana, ke Jepang, dan Bapak Ibu bisa lihat di sini, di Facebook sini, ya. Ini bisa dilihat. Sebentar ya, saya lihat nih. Oh sorry. Yes. Jadi ini terakhir ya, sebentar. Yes, sorry. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa dilihat secara sepintas. Hafid Abbas, ya. Ya ini dia ini. Jadi ini Bapak Ibu lihat nih ya, setiap pagi ini seluruh Indonesia kami bisa kirim mungkin sekarang lebih 30.000 atau 25.000 to Japan. Dan kalau dia ke Jepang bisa dapat gaji 35 juta sampai 55 juta. Dan di sini tidak perlu ada biaya, nanti bekerja baru biayanya dipotong. Biayanya hanya sekitar 40 juta, itu biaya tiket, biaya ini. Sehingga tidak perlu ada orang di Indonesia ini menganggur. Ini tidak disentuh oleh negara. Saya kebetulan pernah bekerja di UN, bisa keliling ke sekitar 100 negara di planet ini. Saya mencoba melihat ini. Dan ini jalan. Saya kira kalau bisa di Palangka Raya juga menyayangi negeri ini. Kita mencoba melihat jangan sampai ada di Kalimantan Tengah yang nganggur. Tadi malam saya kirim WA ke Pak Teras Narang, sahabat saya. Waktu saya Deputi Menteri, Direktur Jenderal, saya partner saya sering berdialog di TVRI waktu itu, ya 25 tahun silam. Saya ingin kebangkitan Indonesia dari Kalimantan Tengah. Sini pernah ibu kota negara ini. Mari pertemuan ini kita akhiri. Insya Allah. Burung itu bisa terbang, karena dalam pikirannya berkata bisa. Itu tulisan di pintu gerbang UNESCO, birds can fly because they think they can. Saya kira mari kita menyelamatkan negeri ini dengan social entrepreneurship, memajukan negara dengan ilmu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof, for your insightful presentation. Social entrepreneurship in Palangka Raya has great potential to grow. We have that University of Palangka Raya will also continue to develop local resources such as gambut. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know, UPR has Simtrop, ya, Simtrop as a learning center, Prof, that plays an important role in research and community engagement in Palangka Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question or something that we will discuss, okay. Okay. Sir, mention your name and your affiliation. Thank you very much.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Helmi. I am from Primary School Department, Palangka Raya University. Like this, Prof, I still confused how to make relation between my education background. Actually, I am English department, but this year I apply a research that related with agricultures. So maybe you have a suggestion to me to do a research which related English with maybe agriculture like farm or the others kinds maybe. Actually, this year I joined Research Day. I try to make application Internet of Things and machine of learning to improve productivity of farm. Is it right according to you? Thank you so much. It's my question.
Yes, great, wonderful. I think Indonesia is, well, the size is twice much bigger than the whole European Union because we have great land. You see Danau Toba, at the center of this lake, there's a small island, we call it Samosir Island, in the center of the lake. This island in the center of Danau Toba is much bigger than Singapore. So why don't we maximize the benefit of all the land here in the entire Kalimantan? Why you give them those resources to others? You're so kind. Why you invited to give 4,000 islands to others? It's crazy. Academe should voice the voiceless. Academe should voice the truth because we are a scientific community. We are not politician community, a scientific community. Why you keep silence? Here, World Bank publication. Indonesia is in danger because of all reasons. So come on. Well, I will maybe join you with your farm, yeah? Thank you. What is your name, Pak? Siapa?
Helmi, Prof.
Pak Helmi.
Helmi.
Helmi, you look very young, like secondary school student, huh? Yeah, Pak Helmi.
I am old.
Thank you. Ada lagi Ibu saya. Ya, thank you Pak Helmi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Helmi. So we open one question, maybe, Prof. Okay.
Thank you, Bapak-bapak. It's very excellent presentation, Bapak, Prof. Sorry. In the first part, you explain about what is it? Like so many lands or so many what is it? Like Pak Luhut or someone give the lands to others. And then in the last part, you explain about the effort of so many people. So it is a great effort for the people, but so many people greedy about our future. In my opinion, in my thoughts, is it right that education is what is it? Like inferior to politics? What do you think, Prof? Thank you.
Prof. Maria. Thank you so much, Prof. Maria. I think hopefully Prof. Maria will be one of our minister. Yeah, what kind of ministry that you want, yeah, Ibu Maria? Look, when Japan was destroyed, bombed in the Second World War on 6 August 1945, Hiroshima collapsed. few 100,000 Japanese troops die, and millions of Japanese people also die because of atomic bomb. Caesar, yeah, Hirohito did not declare, has not yet declared that they give up with this war. Then US troops again bomb Nagasaki, but the scale of bomb, you see, destroy much bigger scale, 3 times much bigger scale than Hiroshima disaster. Then the army general reported to Caesar, the Hirohito, come on, the king, I'm still able to save your life. But Hirohito said, no, I'm not the issue, but please kindly help me then. Please count how many teachers are still alive. And the army general calculated about 4,000 teachers still survive. In front of the teachers, Hirohito made a speech. If your education is lower quality because you cannot yet produce atomic bomb like United States, so the future of our children will be also destroyed by those who have much better educations. So you is the future of the nations. So Indonesia has now 5 million teachers. Why don't we start from Palangka Raya here? You see, to bring the glory of education for the future. But start it first. Remove poverty, remove discrimination, remove unemployment. And the second message is, President Roosevelt was elected 4 times as US President. All Americans love Frederick Roosevelt. But then, on the election of Roosevelt as the US President, at the 5th time, he passed away. What did Roosevelt do for American? And American become a great nation. No employment. Roosevelt word, job for all. Jangan ada orang menganggur. Jangan ada orang menganggur. Saya kira ini semangat harus dipetik di konferensi internasional ini. Palangka Raya jangan membiarkan Kalimantan ini punya pengangguran. I made a testimony. Saya bekerja memajukan ini di Asia Pasifik. Ada publikasi seperti yang dibuat oleh Muhammad Yunus dari Bangladesh. Berhasil. Job for all, gampang sekali. Kasih saja sedikit bahasa Jepang, bisa ke Jepang. Kalau ada bahasa Inggrisnya, kirim ke 35 negara lain. Duta Besar Polandia datang ke kami. Kami perlu 5.000 perawat. Kami tanya, perlu 500 perawat. Ambassador, what's going on with your hospital? Dia bilang, iya, kami perawatnya sudah pada kabur. Kalau kerja di Warsawa atau Polandia, gajinya hanya 4.000 euro, 2.000 euro, jadi 40 juta. Tapi kalau dia pindah ke Swiss, dia dapat 4.000 euro, 80 juta. Kalau dia pindah ke London, dapat 5.000 euro, 100 juta. Nah kami isi ini negara-negara yang seperti Polandia, dapat 40 juta, bagus. Kirim. Ini negara harus hadir menyelamatkan Indonesia. Tapi jangan tunggu dari bupati wali kota, karena dia perlu duit panas untuk kembali modalnya. Gitu. Itu suara ini harus disadari. Ya. Well, it's a long exercise, it's a long debate, but let's start it from the historic city of Palangka Raya, the city of Indonesia in the past, and hopefully the future of Indonesia is in Kalimantan. Because the size of central Kalimantan is 3 times much bigger than the whole Java. Bisa ya? Waduh, bismillah.
Yakin.
Thank you so much. Ya,
Okay, thank
terima
you
kasih.
very much, Prof. We truly appreciate for your valuable perspective on education, politics, and human rights. Oh ya,
Kalau ada dari siapapun, dari Kalimantan atau seluruh Indonesia, kalau ada yang mau kerja ke luar negeri kasih ke saya
Ya.
kirim. Ya, ya.
Is it
Dan
possible?
tidak perlu ada biaya karena biayanya nanti dipotong ketika dia nanti kerja. Tapi tidak langsung dipotong, nanti pada bulan keempat.
Oh.
Ya. Kalau biayanya hanya 40 juta, satu bulan dia kerja dapat 35 juta. Karena UMR Jepang 35 juta. Let's do this. Ini mulia. Daripada tunggu kebaikan bupati, wali kota, sulit. Kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it possible for me, sir? Okay, thank you very much. Give a big applause for Professor Abbas. Yeah. So we next. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas, for the presentation. You can please have a seat in front and take a rest for a while. Now, I would like to invite our second invited speaker, Ibu Dr. Eli Karliani MPD from Universitas Palangka Raya, to deliver the presentation. The time is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we continue with our second invited or keynote speaker, Dr. Eli Karliani MPD from Universitas Palangka Raya, and she is a Vice Rector of Academic and Students Affairs, right? Dr. Eli is a dedicated educator and researcher focusing on curriculum development and learning innovation. And she will deliver her presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. So once again, I remind you, we have about 15 minutes you to deliver the presentation. Okay, the stage is yours, Ibu Dr. Eli.
Thank you, Mas Ilham. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to be here today. Saya sangat senang sih untuk berbagi mungkin ya, for sharing the best practice experience in learning teaching about Indonesian projects building multidimensional intelligence. In this presentation, I have three discussions about the first of how to important the Indonesian projects to building multidimensional intelligence, and the secondly about the concept of multidimensional intelligence and Indonesian projects, and the thirdly about the best practice Indonesian projects. Okay. Right. Why is important to develop multidimensional intelligences? Maybe multi-reasons about it. For example, information access, which the students have more fast and easily to accessible informations, affording to process of critical thinking, kemudian and then digital civility based on index civility on 221, the ethics and civility about 29 from 32 countries, about 47% hoax, and 27 hate speech and 13 discriminations, acts, and violence. And then the social change
a lot of digital threats of information show difficult to verify and to be social problem maybe. And then the reason is automations and AI. Dependence of the technology makes students less likely to engage in analysis and critically. This is important to develop multidimensional intelligence. How to building the young generations in the era society 5.0 to be a smart and young generations, maybe we must build the spirituality intelligence, emotional, intellectual, morality, and social community. And the next whole learning civic education to build multidimensional intelligent citizenship, especially in the presentation, the experience in civic education. In civic education learnings, we must force dimensions to build multidimensional intelligent citizenship. One dimension is a personal dimensions, and social dimensions, spatial dimension, and temporal dimensions. How about personal dimensions? We must build ethic and values to the students, think critically and systematically, be responsible, cooperative, and non-violence. And then the social dimensions, maybe we must build the social activities involving people living and working together for civic goals. And then how spatial dimensions, we must build complex communities and local, regional, and national, and multinational. And temporal dimensions, the teacher, we must build the acts of oppression or fast. And then how the change mindset to build multidimensional intelligence, we must suggest three data literations, and technology literation, and human literation. Maybe in the 5.0 era, we must strengthening to human values for students. Okay, the role of Pancasila and citizenship education to build multidimensional intelligence, we must build respect, kemudian protect, dan educate. Nah, how to build citizen multidimensional intelligence in the era society 5.0, I think we must using technology and information. This is important to us to memberikan pengalaman barangkali ya kepada mahasiswa untuk bagaimana sebenarnya penggunaan teknologi itu nggak bisa dihindarkan gitu ya. Jadi artinya using technology and informations in the learning and teaching itu tidak bisa dihindarkan. And then communication ethics ini juga sangat penting barangkali karena bagaimana etika-etika komunikasi itu sangat dipengaruhi oleh interaksi-interaksi dari student ya, dari mahasiswa kita. Kemudian di sini juga ada collaboration, bagaimana nanti Indonesian project keindonesiaan ini akan mampu mengembangkan atau membangun kolaborasi di antara mahasiswa, dan and then di sini ada integrity, kemudian creativity, responsibility, and learning independence. Karena di dalam Indonesia Project itu atau Project Keindonesiaan itu mahasiswa diminta untuk bagaimana mengembangkan pembelajaran mandiri sehingga mereka diberikan waktu yang sangat banyak. Ya, setelah UTS itu biasanya akan diberikan project, kemudian beberapa kali mereka akan melakukan project tersebut dan mereka sebenarnya mengembangkan bagaimana mereka bisa belajar mandiri dengan bantuan-bantuan teknologi.
I'm sorry, 5 minutes left.
Oh ya, sebentar lagi lah. Oke. Nah ini, saya lewat saja. Nah, ini adalah best practice Indonesian project yang pernah saya kembangkan, namely Huma Betang Project. Huma Betang Projects, the value of Huma Betangs are internalisis throughout learnings that takes place both in out of the classroom, throughout activities. The first dialogue on the value of Huma Betang. Di dalam filosofi Huma Betang itu tentunya sangat banyak ya, banyak nilai yang dikembangkan, terutama bagaimana nilai kekeluargaan, kemudian nilai kekerabatan, dan dialog di dalam mengembangkan atau memberikan pemahaman terkait dengan Huma Betang itu ada di dalam sebuah proyek keindonesiaan yang diberikan di dalam best practice di dalam pengajaran kita. Kemudian yang kedua, display of identity based on the value of Huma Betang. Di dalam step yang kedua ini, bagaimana mahasiswa diberikan kesempatan untuk mengidentifikasi beberapa identitas kultural yang dimiliki dari masing-masing kelompok. Jadi artinya ketika kita membagi kelompok itu tidak boleh homogen, jadi harus heterogen, baik dari sisi agama maupun dari sisi etnis ataupun bahasa, sehingga mereka bisa belajar bagaimana mengidentifikasi berbagai perbedaan yang ada di dalam kelompok. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah problem solving Huma Betang Project. Di dalam step ini mahasiswa akan diberikan kesempatan untuk bagaimana mereka mengembangkan kreativitas untuk cinta damai. Artinya cinta damai itu mereka akan membuat video ya, kemudian video dengan berbagai tema yang berbeda untuk setiap kelompok. Kemudian step berikutnya adalah presentasi, dan step yang terakhir adalah refleksi dan evaluasi. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan terkait dengan pengalaman saya di dalam learning experience, ya learning teaching experience terkait dengan bagaimana sih mengembangkan proyek keindonesiaan itu untuk membentuk warga negara yang memiliki kecerdasan multidimensi. Baik, itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kembalikan ke Pak Ilham.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Eli, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our invited or keynote speaker session 1 and 2. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Prof. Hafid Abbas and Dr. Eli Kardiani MPD for their valuable insight and contribution. Special for Ibu Eli, if the audience want to ask something, so they can contact you. Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas and Dr. Eli Karliani MPD. Mohon izin kepada Bapak dan Ibu boleh mengambil tempat di depan. And I would like to invite the chair of committee to hand over the certificate for our invited speakers. Mohon izin Pak Profesor Hafid Abbas boleh kembali maju ke depan Bapak. Dan juga kepada Ibu Dr. Eli Karliani boleh mengambil tempat juga di depan. Thank you, Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas. And the certificate for Ibu Dr. Eli Karliani MPD. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, give applause for our invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, hadirin yang kami hormati, masih semangat? Okay, everyone, so we still have another presentation from our invited speakers, and we are going to invite our moderator for the next session. And I would like to introduce you to our moderator, Ibu Kristiani Natalia, mohon maaf, Ibu Kristiani Natalina, PhD from Universitas Palangka Raya. Kami silakan maju ke depan. Ibu Kristiani Natalina, PhD, will be moderate two invited speakers. The first is Dr. Siti Awalia, SPD MHUM, and Dr. Santi Erliana, MPD. Now we would like to invite our third speakers, Dr. Siti Awalia, SPD MHUM, from Universitas Negeri Malang. Who has joined our event virtually. Selamat siang, Ibu Dr. Siti Awalia, SPD MHUM.
Selamat siang, Mas. Apakah suara saya cukup jelas di situ?
Jelas, Ibu.
Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, baik. Saya akan menyerahkan waktu kepada moderator untuk bisa melanjutkan sesi kita. Terima kasih. Mohon izin kepada Ibu Dr. Santi Erliana, MPD. Ya, boleh silakan mengambil tempat di depan juga.
Thank you very much once again for our previous invited speakers, Pak Fauzan, Profesor Hairul, Profesor Hafid, dan Ibu Dr. Eli, for the valuable insight and inspiring talk. I hope all of you enjoy the first and the second previous session that we have. Right now we will gonna move to the third part of the panel session. My name is Dr. Kristiani Natalina, and I have the privilege of serving as the moderator of the second panel session. Oh, no, sorry, the third panel session we have for this conference. My role in this afternoon is to facilitate discussion, and I have to ensure that we will stay within the time because the committee has tells me that we have the time limit for this panel session. I will help to bridge questions from online and offline. So if the participants here wanna ask later on, afterward, we will have a question and answer session. Here's our agenda for this hour. We will begin with a presentation by Dr. Siti Awalia, who will join us virtually from Malang, I presume, because she came from Universitas Negeri Malang. Then we will continue with Dr. Santi Erliana, who is currently here with us, join us today. Each presentation will lasting for 15 minutes, Bu. After both presentation, we will open the floor for Q&A session for around 10 minutes, probably. If the presentation is nearing its conclusion, I might give you a gentle reminder by giving a clue to help us to keep on schedule. Okay. Now, Allow me to briefly introduce our two invited speakers today. Our first speaker is Dr. Siti Awalia. She is currently serving as the first Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social Science at Universitas Negeri Malang. Dr. Siti specializes in approaches to civic and social education with research that explores how to bridge local culture, character education, and 21st century learning practice. Our second speaker is Dr. Santi Erliana, lecturer at the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training IAIN Palangka Raya. Dr. Santi research focus is on English language teaching and learning, with a strong interest in how student literacy, motivation, and language proficiency can be improved through innovative pedagogical approach. It is a real privilege, Bu, to have both of you here, Dr. Siti and Dr. Santi. Can Dr. Siti see the moderator right now? Oh, okay. How are you, Bu, today, Bu Dr. Siti Awalia?
I'm fine, Christine.
Yes.
Thank
How are
you.
you today?
Yes, I'm fine in Malang now.
Okay. It's unfortunately we could not have you here with us, but we are very glad that we still have see you because of this technology. And how about you, Dr. Santi? What today? The raining is always happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. The weather is unpredictable, but I'm great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being able to join us here today. So, as I said before, we'll begin with a presentation from Dr. Siti Awalia, who will share a presentation entitled Dynamics of Legal and Political Context in the Pancasila Education Curriculum to Prepare Global Citizens. This talk takes us into the heart of Pancasila education and asks us a bold question. Can it really prepare our Indonesian students to become a global citizens? Dr. Siti, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you to Christine. Excuse me, I will speak more in Indonesia too, like to Ellie. Okay, terima kasih Bapak Ibu semuanya. In this session, I will presentation discuss about dynamic of legal and political content in the Pancasila education curriculum to prepare global citizen. My focus in senior high school. Okay. Next, Mas. Ini, yeah. What are the issues in Pancasila education? I think we have three issues. The first is, why does the name of Pancasila education subject often change? And two, how deep is the content of political and legal material in Pancasila education subjects? And the third is Pancasila education capable of preparing students to become global citizen? Next. Yes. Bapak Ibu semua, jadi kalau kita melihat pada kurikulum terkait dengan pendidikan Pancasila atau pendidikan kewarganegaraan di Indonesia, kita selalu seringkali berubah-ubah nama, mulai dari kurikulum yang pertama di tahun 68 disebut dengan civic. Berikutnya in kurikulum 1974 we call Pancasila Moral Education, like in kurikulum 1984. In kurikulum 1994 we call Pancasila and Civic Education. Selanjutnya di kurikulum tahun 2004 KPK Competence Based Curriculum we call Civic Education. And then in kurikulum 2006, ini kurikulumnya cukup pendek, hanya sekitar 2 tahun, kita sebut dengan KTSP, kurikulum tingkat satuan pendidikan atau kurikulum at the educational unit level, we call which civic education. And in kurikulum 2013, kita menyebut dengan Pancasila Education, and in now independent curriculum we call it Pancasila Education. Next, Mas. Why do the name of subject always change? Perubahan nama menurut saya itu ya cukup memberikan bukti bahwa mata pelajaran ini merupakan mata pelajaran yang susah juga. Penamaannya susah, apalagi dari sisi substansinya gitu ya. Jadi ketika namanya berubah-ubah itu menunjukkan uncertainty as a subject, instability as a scientific study, and energy and time are spent thinking about subject name. Jadi pikiran dan tenaga itu seringkali digunakan hanya untuk memperdebatkan sebuah nama. Namanya pendidikan Pancasila, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, ataukah pendidikan moral Pancasila, ataukah pendidikan Pancasila dan pendidikan kewarganegaraan. Next, Mas. Nah, kalau kita melihat pada penamaan-penamaan pada masa-masa kurikulum sebelumnya, misalnya dengan nama Pancasila Moral Education atau PMP, Pendidikan Moral Pancasila, ketika nama itu digunakan, menurut pendapat banyak kalangan bahwa nama moral, istilah moral itu membebani bagi guru. Seolah-olah guru PPK, guru pendidikan kewarganegaraan, pendidikan Pancasila ataupun PMP itu dia harus moralnya yang baik. Sehingga ketika terjadi masalah pada siswa, maka yang dianggap paling bersalah adalah gurunya. Berikutnya, ketika pada masa selanjutnya namanya adalah pendidikan Pancasila, Pancasila Education. Nah, pada masa 1998, nama Pancasila mulai orang-orang enggan dengan nama itu karena disinyalir Pancasila digunakan sebagai salah satu alat atau sarana bagi penguasa, saat itu pemerintah yang berkuasa, itu sebagai alat untuk melegitimasi berbagai hal yang dilakukannya. Karena pada saat itu jargon dari Orde Baru adalah melaksanakan Pancasila secara murni dan konsekuen. Sehingga sebenarnya Pancasila saat itu memang cukup besar digaungkan sehingga ada satu momen yang sangat istimewa di masa Orde Baru yang menurut saya juga bagus, yaitu P4. Tetapi karena peristiwa 98 orang mulai enggan atau pemaknaannya terhadap Pancasila itu agak minor karena Pancasila sebagai alat legitimasi tadi. Nah, berikutnya muncullah istilah civic education atau pendidikan kewarganegaraan. Ketika menggunakan istilah pendidikan kewarganegaraan, di sini disinyalir bahwa nilai-nilai Pancasilanya kurang. Padahal Pancasila itu merupakan nilai dasar. Dia asas yang digunakan bagi bangsa dan negara Indonesia untuk membentuk warga negara yang baik. Sehingga kalau tidak ada kata Pancasilanya, ini akan kurang mendukung pencapaian dari tujuan dari pendidikan kewarganegaraan itu sendiri. Berikutnya, Mas. Nah, sekarang berbicara scientific study of Pancasila education or civic education. Lanjut. Nah, ketika berbicara tentang human is God's creature, manusia adalah sebagai makhluk Tuhan, manusia sebagai makhluk individu, manusia sebagai makhluk sosial, dan manusia sebagai warga negara. Jadi kedudukan manusia kurang lebih ada 4 ini. Nah, untuk mendukung ini di slide berikutnya. Nah, ketika berbicara tentang civic education, kalau kita membicarakan terkait dengan keilmuan di dunia, maka ini juga tidak bisa dipisahkan dari social studies. Di Indonesia, antara civic education dengan social studies atau IPS itu dipisahkan, sehingga muatan dari civic education itu kalau dilihat dari dasarnya, core-nya adalah politik dan hukum. Sementara untuk yang terkait dengan masalah geografi, sosiologi, ekonomi, dan sejarah, ataupun mungkin ada psikologi di dalamnya, itu masuk ke dalam social studies. Sementara di negara Amerika misalnya atau di Australia, tidak memisahkan antara civic education dan IPS atau social studies. Jadi IPS yang merupakan simplifikasi atau penyederhanaan dari ilmu-ilmu sosial itu pengkajiannya menjadi satu. Lanjut, Mas. Nah, kalau kita melihat pada konten tujuan yang ada di dalam istilah pendidikan Pancasila maupun di dalam pendidikan kewarganegaraan dari masa ke masa, sebenarnya kalau dilihat dari isi dan tujuannya itu sebenarnya adalah sama. Ruang lingkupnya juga sama. Ketika namanya Pancasila, pendidikan Pancasila, itu tujuannya adalah untuk membentuk warga negara yang baik. Demikian juga ketika nama mata pelajarannya adalah pendidikan kewarganegaraan, tujuannya adalah untuk membentuk warga negara yang baik. Ruang lingkup yang ada di dalam mata pelajaran itu juga sama. Yang pertama adalah Pancasila, Undang-Undang Dasar 1945, NKRI, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Nah, penamaan pendidikan Pancasila oleh eh, para pencetus kurikulum ini dan juga pemerintah, ini Pancasila is a value that characterizes the Indonesian nation. Jadi harapannya memang ketika nama Pancasila, kata Pancasila itu muncul, maka ini akan lebih diharapkan mampu menjadikan nilai-nilai yang ada dalam Pancasila, ketuhanan, kemanusiaan, persatuan, kerakyatan, dan keadilan itu lebih terimplementasikan di dalam pendidikan kewarganegaraan itu sendiri. Lanjut, Mas. Kalau kita mengacu pada Undang-Undang Nomor 20 Tahun 2003, sebenarnya memang di situ telah mengatur bahwa ada mata pelajaran yang memang dia wajib untuk diajarkan di sekolah. Jadi Undang-Undang Law Number 20 of 23 concerning the National Education System. Term yang digunakan dalam peraturan tersebut adalah civic education. Jadi bukan pendidikan Pancasila. Tujuannya, student have a sense of nationalism and love for their homeland. Kalau ini dilihat dari bunyi peraturan yang ada di dalam Undang-Undang Nomor 20 Tahun 2003. Sementara itu, para ahli menyampaikan bahwa tujuan dari pendidikan kewarganegaraan adalah education is to form smart and good citizen. Jadi untuk membentuk warga negara yang baik dan cerdas. Berikutnya dari pendapat para ahli dan juga dari peraturan tersebut dapat disimpulkan bahwa a good citizen is characterized by obeying the law, being ethical, and contributing to their community. Jadi diharapkan bahwa warga negara yang baik itu memiliki karakteristik bahwa dia taat terhadap hukum, etik, dan memberikan kontribusi kepada komunitas mereka. Dan diharapkan mereka mengetahui akan hak dan kewajibannya. Lanjut, Mas. Nah, kalau kita lihat di jenjang SMA untuk legal content in senior high school in the independent curriculum, kita melihat pada kurikulum yang terakhir, Untuk kelas 10, di situ ada implementing law-abiding behavior based on regulation in society. Berikutnya ada analysis the hierarchy of laws and regulation in Indonesia in 10th grade. In 11th grade, the periodization of the implementation of the Constitution in Indonesia, analyze changes to the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, and in last grade in senior high school is demonstrate a democratic attitude based on the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia in the era of open information, analysis cases of violation of rights and denial of obligation of citizens and formulate solution to this problem. Kalau dilihat dari muatan kurikulum yang ada di SMA terkait dengan hukum itu bisa kita lihat dari elemen. Jadi kalau di mata pelajaran pendidikan Pancasila itu ada 4 elemen. Yang pertama adalah elemen Pancasila, yang kedua elemen Undang-Undang Dasar 1945. Untuk aspek hukumnya itu sebagian besar adalah berada di Undang-Undang Dasar 1945. Jadi kelas 10 ada 2 CP, kelas 11 ada 2 CP, dan di kelas 12 ada 2 CP. Jadi untuk kelas 11 dan 12 itu ada di fase F, ini menjadi 1. Berikutnya, Mas. Ya, berikutnya untuk political content in senior high school in the independent curriculum. In 10th grade is our implementing behavior in accordance with the rights and obligation as school citizens, community member, and citizens. Understanding their role and position as Indonesian citizens, understanding the national defense and security system, and analyzing Indonesia's role in relations between nation and states. And in 11th grade,
Sorry, Bu Siti.
yeah.
Just a gentle reminder, we still have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Di kelas 11, we have demonstrate democratic practices and national and state life, analysis and formulate solution related to threats, challenges, obstacles, and disturbances or ATHG in Indonesia faced by Indonesia. And in di kelas 12, analyze the form of the state, form of government, Indonesia government system, and the role of state institution in the political, economic, social, cultural, defense, and security files. Next, Mas. Nah, this is the book in buku siswa yang dikembangkan oleh kementerian. Nah, ini. Kalau dilihat di situ tadi untuk 10th grade, they have a 2, but in this book, they have 4 for GP. Nah. Oke, next, Mas. Yang ini adalah untuk politik. Dari 4 tadi, di sini ada 5, berarti ada tambahan 1 CP di dalam bukunya. Selanjutnya, Mas. Ya, di kelas 11, ini untuk muatan hukum yang ada di dalam kelas 11. Yang pertama mulai dari periodisasi, di sini ada 6, di situ ada 2 saja, tetapi di sini ada 6. Lanjut. Nah, berikutnya adalah karakteristik of global citizen. Karakter seperti apa dari masyarakat warga negara global? Lanjut. Ya, menurut Kogan ada beberapa, ada 8. The first is the ability to recognize and approach problems as a global citizen, the ability to collaborate with others and assume responsibility for one's role or obligation in society, the ability to understand, accept, and respect cultural differences, the ability to think critically and systematically, the ability to resolve conflict peacefully without violence, the ability to change lifestyles and dietary patterns to protect the environment, the ability to be sensitive to and defend human rights, such as the rights of women, ethnic minorities, etc. And the last, the willingness and ability to participate in political life at the local, national, international levels. Apabila kita melihat dari karakteristik dari warga negara global, maka di sini banyak sikap-sikap yang lebih untuk ditekankan untuk membentuk warga negara global yang baik. Lanjut, Mas.
Dr. Siti, waktunya
Nih.
habis.
Oh iya, baik. Nah, sedikit ini satu lagi, istiqlal as political. Nah, jadi untuk materi yang sudah ada itu sebenarnya masih ada kurangannya kalau kita ingin membentuk warga negara yang baik. Kalau kaitannya dengan pendapat Kogan tadi, khususnya di nomor 1, maka diperlukan tambahan materi-materi yang terkait dengan hukum dan hubungan internasional, subjek internasional dan berbagai materi serta peradilan internasional. Lanjut, Mas, satu lagi. Nah, ini berikutnya, selain itu untuk membentuk warga negara global, maka perlu beberapa pendekatan yang sebenarnya ini sudah, tetapi lebih perlu ditekankan lagi terkait dengan pendekatan dan modelnya, problem-based learning, project-based learning. Media-media yang digunakan bisa novel, film, dan problem-problem yang ada di masyarakat. Metodenya demonstrasi, role-playing, dan diskusi. Ya. Baik, peace and prosperity makes the world more beautiful. Terima kasih, Bu Christine.
Terima kasih Dr.
Yeah.
Siti untuk presentation. Oh, thank you Dr. Siti for the presentation. Okay, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you twice. My apologies. Okay, our next presentation is by Dr. Santi Erliana. The title of the presentation is EFL Students' Use of AI, Artificial Intelligence. This talk will examine how Indonesian EFL students in the university level use AI tools across academic years, their language skill, and see how the gender influence it. So, Dr. Santi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. A very good morning, Bapak Ibu. Masih semangatkah? Sudah mau jam makan siang ya ini ya Bapak Ibu. Izin saya berdiri ya moderator. Okay, my name is Santi Erliana. I'm from the State University, the State Islamic University of Palangka Raya. Yes. I'm going to present, well, I'm not going to present something theoretical, but I'm going to present something practical, yes, based on the result of my research. So, would you kindly display my slides? Yes, this is the title of my presentation today. So, I know that this is lunchtime already, yeah, Bapak Ibu, so I'm going to make it short. 15 minutes? Okay, yes, the time it is 15 minutes. I'm going to make it as short as possible. Sudah lapar ya Bapak Ibu saya juga. Okay, so the title of my research is EFL Students' Use of Artificial Intelligence in English Learning. So I'm going to focus on mapping actually. I'm basically curious to find how the students use artificial intelligence, especially in learning English. So most of the participants are taken from English department across Indonesia. So it is not only from my university. I also asked some data from Pak Fauzan's university. I also asked some college from Islamic University in Indonesia. So most of the participants are Indonesian. Okay. So next item, Mas. Okay. So right. So what have we know about the use of AI So basically there are 2 points of finding from previous research, which is supporting and which is opposing the use of AI. Yes, first of all, there are many benefits that we can get from AI used in learning English. So for example, like Sumaku, this is Indonesian researcher, yeah. Their research found that AI provide new opportunities for the students, as well as providing meaningful communication, aiding collaborative roles, improving speaking performance, increasing motivation, enhancing reading comprehensions, and improve the students' reading skills. So most of the findings believe AI to be beneficial or positive, have positive effect on the students' English proficiency. Next. Okay, however, there are some shortcomings of AI based on the previous research that despite the benefit of using AI, there are some shortcomings of AI used in EFL learning that we need to, to find out more. Therefore, my research, yes, next please. Yeah, next. Okay, so therefore, based on the result of the previous research, my study aimed to kind of mapping, yes, the use of AI within the teaching and learning process, basically to identify how the students use AI based on their gender, based on their study year, as well as the learning skills. Okay, so this is the methodology. So I distributed questionnaire to 358 undergraduate students, and there are about 115 male students and 243 females. So all of them are from various universities in Indonesia, in where I distribute the questionnaire online. Okay, so well, in analyzing the data, I'm using SPSS, obviously. Okay, now let's move to the result. Yes, next please. Okay, this is the descriptions of the subjects of the research. As you can see here, there are 124 first-year students, 82 second-year students, 65 third-year students, and 87 fourth-year students. So I'm asking the students, so most of my participants are not only from the first year only, but also from the second up to the fourth year. Okay, next. This is the variation of the sample based on the gender. Yeah, there are 243 female students and 115 male students. Yes, next please. Okay, next. Kita langsung ke result aja, Mas. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Okay, so I have 3 research questions. The first is, how does AI use vary by year of study? So the result of my research show that the first year students use AI frequently. Yes, so from the result of the research, the students often use AI in learning English. Okay, next. Okay, now this is the duration of AI use in 1 week. So the students use AI for 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes for a week. Yes, maybe you can see the difference between the first year up to the fourth year. Okay, next. Okay, so let's just skip it. Okay, let's skip up to the second, yes. Okay, this is the reason, the purpose of the students in using AI, yes. They believe, yeah, that AI is basically used to help them in practice their English. So they are using Grammarly, they are using ChatGPT and other AI in order to practice their English. Another important finding is also related to the error corrections, Bapak Ibu. So most students are, especially the second and the third and the fourth year students are using AI in order to, to correct errors. Okay, next. Okay, this is the overall descriptions of AI used across study year. So most of the participants in my research are using English at the high level of frequency. So all of them are using English, and they are using it very frequently, where 290 or 219 or 61.2% of the students are using AI. Okay, next. Okay, this is the summary of the first research question, that they are using AI variously, they are using AI variously, but especially for the fourth year students who are at the 7 or at the 8th semester or above, they are mostly use English to correct their grammar. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, now from this we can see the second research question is which skills are most commonly supported. Okay, the next. Yes, as you can guess, Bapak Ibu, the most commonly supported skills is writing. So since the students are using AI to correct their grammar, so they are using the AI for writing. All right. Next is, yes, this is a summary of the second research question. So first year students mostly use AI only occasionally. Occasionally itu kadang-kadang, yes, kadang-kadang pakai, kadang-kadang enggak. And then second year students are using AI frequently, yang semester 3 dan 4. And then the mostly use of AI is the 4-year students, seperti yang hasil penelitian sebelumnya tadi. Okay, next is the third, yes. Now, the last research question is there any difference across gender? Now, based on the gender, ya ada bedanya ya, ternyata Bapak Ibu, ternyata laki-laki itu perempuan itu ternyata lebih banyak menggunakan AI dibandingkan laki-laki. Berdasarkan penelitian saya ya, AI in learning English, bukan untuk yang lain. So, most female students are using AI. 243 students are using AI for learning English. Okay. Now, is there any difference? Obviously, obviously. The female students use AI at the high level. So they overall, female students are using AI. Okay, next. Okay, now let's look based on the learning skills. So here we can see, please remember that female students are using AI more than the male one. As you can see from listening, reading, speaking, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciations, the mostly used listening skills is on writing, which is 83 female students and 35 male students, which is even though they do not use it, they do not choose always, but they choose AI occasionally. 2 minutes? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's move to the next. Okay. So once again, this is the result of the students' use of AI based on the students' gender. So basically, they are using AI to correct the error. Some only use it to practice language skills, to translate text, to revise or improve writing, and so forth. Okay, in summary, the comparison test of overall AI usage based on gender Yes, the results show that there is a difference in overall AI usage based on gender. Next, Miss. Okay, now what theory is supported by AI? Well, AI basically support the use of Vygotsky's theory, which is AI is act as a more knowledgeable other. As you know, AI can be the source of knowledge, right? So we can get knowledge from AI. So basically, the use of AI supports Vygotsky theory. It also supports. It also shows that AI provides adaptive scaffolding. And then it also facilitates social interaction and enable peer-like collaboration. So the first theory supported by the use of AI is Vygotsky ZPD theory, Bapak Ibu. Okay, next. Well, this is the most important one, yes, that the use of AI support Davis technology acceptance models or TAM models, in where the theory show that the students accept the use of technology and they are using the technology confidently, so they are aware of the use of technology. So the use of AI is basically supporting Davis technology acceptance models, where the students perceive that AI is positive. Yes, they are using and they have positive effect from the use of AI. And then they believe that the students' anxiety was reduced by using AI. Okay. Now this is the evidence. Oh, 1 minute, okay. This is the evidence of the students' perceptions regarding the use of AI based on technology acceptance model. Yes. For example, AI provide instant grammar and vocabulary feedback. For example, the use of Grammarly, over speaking practice, and then generate contextual example, and so forth. Next. Okay, so this study, my study, basically confirmed the finding from previous research. Yes, the study by Lee and Dong in 2023, and then Kessler in 2021, Huang et al., Zhou, Konke, and Moketse. So the study confirmed the finding from the previous research. Okay, so this is the conclusion. Yes, I think it is not more than 1 minute, right? Yes, so the study basically investigate how EFL students use artificial intelligence in their language learning. Yes, where the second and third year students use AI most frequently, particularly for writing, vocabulary, and speaking. And writing was the most supported skills. And then the students, there is a very important notes, Bapak Ibu ya. The students are aware, mereka itu sadar bahwa mereka menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Mereka menggunakan AI maksud saya. Mereka tahu bahwa AI itu bermanfaat untuk mereka, tapi ada juga kekhawatiran bahwa nantinya mereka itu akan sangat-sangat tergantung kepada AI. Misalnya mau menulis, grammarnya benar atau tidak, mereka langsung menggunakan Grammarly misalnya begitu. So ada kekhawatiran walaupun mereka mengakui bahwa AI itu beneficial untuk mereka. Yes, that's all my presentation. I'm giving back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Siti already joined us. Dr. Santi, thank you very much for the thought-provoking and inspiring presentation that we have Together, these two talks have provided a complementary insight, one talking about the civic education, the other talking about the human use of AI. And what I can remember that actually female use AI much more often than male, isn't it? So, okay, now we now have about 1 minute left for question. I think I will allow one question from the participants. You can give it to both speakers or each speakers that you would like to address. Is there any participants here who would like to give any question for the speaker? Oh, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mutia Farida. I come from IHN Tampung Penyang, Palangka Raya. My question is for Ibu Santi. Since I am also an English teacher, I'm interested with your conclusion. You said that we need to integrate AI in our teaching and learning process. My question is, have you integrated AI in your teaching and learning? If yes, can you give us some best practices from you? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Do I integrate AI in teaching? Well, I basically allow the students to use AI, Bapak Ibu. Yes, in I'm actually teaching reading subject. I also, sometimes when I'm teaching reading, I also integrate reading and writing. I allow the students to use AI only to help them to brainstorm idea. I do not allow them to use AI after that. So, you know, background knowledge is very important, right? Before we read something, so we need to have the background knowledge about the topic. So I think it is okay if we allow them to, you know, to use their AI, to use their cell phone, you know, it is something inevitable, yeah. We cannot stop the students to use AI in our teaching. That's why I allow them to use AI. I even give them time. Okay, for example, like this. For example, the material is going to be about the pattern of organization of expository, for example. I allow them to brainstorm, to find ideas from the AI. And then I tell them afterward, yes, I tell them to compare between what the answer that they got from AI and the answer that they got from me. Now, I believe they will be able to separate, to tell difference, that sometimes the information which is provided by AI is misleading, right? Sometimes you need to recheck the source. Sometimes AI, contoh kayak ChatGPT, dia sok-sokan ngasih reference gitu. Begitu dibuka, zong gitu kan. That's why the students are actually aware, oh, actually the use of AI is only to support the learning. So I want them to be aware that I'm telling them, please, you need to be the one who control AI, not you being controlled by AI. So if you ask me, do I use AI in teaching? I do. But only for brainstorming, only for introduction activity. Thank you for the question, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santi. Okay, there is another question from the online participant. Okay, can you just send your question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Is my voice clear, Mrs. Christy?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the inspiring talk, Mrs. Siti Awalia and Mrs. Santi. My name is Sylvia. I'm lecturer in Pancasila. I'm lecturer in Pancasila and actually civic education at the Palangka Raya State Institute of Christian Religion, atau kalau dikenal di Palangkaraya itu Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Palangkaraya. And my background is specifically in civic education, seperti Bu Eli Karliani dan juga Ibu Siti Awalia. And I am currently pursuing further studies in UNY now. I'm focused to Mrs. Siti Awalia. After hear and learn from your presentation, I need more insight in our concern in civic education. With all your journey in Malang or another experiences, what are the most effective strategies to ensure that our generation, Gen Z or Gen Alpha students, with their varied disciplines and mindsets, how we can build a strong foundation of values through Pancasila and civic education. As we look up at the Indonesian condition, as says before by Mr. Hafid Abbas, Indonesia in dangerous condition or in digital ecosystem, with example consuming digital information or AI now, as says by Mr. Santi. Mungkin lebih kepada pengalaman best practice Ibu seperti apa gitu untuk mendalami kita dalam mengajar Pancasila dan pendidikan kewarganegaraan. So this is my question. Thank you, Mrs. Siti Awalia, Mrs. Santi, and Mrs. Christy. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Siti, you can address it directly.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih Bu Sylvie tadi terkait dengan bagaimana best practice kami ya di Universitas Negeri Malang khususnya atau saya secara pribadi ketika mengajarkan pendidikan Pancasila bagi Gen Z begitu ya. Jadi kalau misalnya pengalaman saya di dalam kelas misalnya kalau tadi terkait dari substansi dulu begitu ya, terkait dengan aspek pengetahuan. Aspek pengetahuan sebenarnya kalau di jenjang SMA itu kan sudah sangat banyak ya kalau kita lihat dari struktur kurikulum yang ada di SMA seperti yang kami tayangkan tadi. Jadi dari aspek hukum, aspek politik itu sudah saya kira sudah cukup menjadi bekal dasar bagi anak-anak ini untuk nanti di jenjang berikutnya. Tetapi aspek pengetahuan dari pengetahuan dulu. Dari pengetahuan ini ketika mereka kuliah gitu ya, kalau kami dalam pembelajaran begitu, kami menanyakan tentang eh, apa namanya, kami ingin tahu seberapa eh, placement test gitu ya. Jadi ketika mereka masuk di kuliah, mereka kan sebenarnya sudah pernah menempuh mata kuliah tentang hukum, macam-macam hukum, tentang politik dan lain-lain gitu ya, tentang demokrasi dan lain-lain. Tetapi faktanya ketika kami menanyakan itu di dalam kelas itu yang bisa menjawab itu hanya sedikit sekali gitu ya. Nah, kami sinyalir kalau kami juga diskusi dengan para guru-guru apalagi kemarin ya ketika kurikulum merdeka gitu ya. Ketika kurikulum merdeka yang masih zamannya Pak Nadiem di tahun-tahun sebelum 2025 ini ya. Kegiatannya itu banyak sekali gitu ya di sekolah. Kalau ada di sekolah misalnya untuk jam efektif. Jam efektifnya itu 16 kali begitu ya. Tetapi efektif itu sudah dikurangi dengan banyak hal. Sehingga materi-materi itu banyak yang tidak tersampaikan. Saya juga tanya ke para anak-anak SMA misalnya atau yang sudah menjadi mahasiswa, pembelajaran itu seringkali kosong begitu ya, diganti dengan berbagai kegiatan, apalagi dengan adanya P5 gitu ya. Banyak materi-materi yang tidak tersampaikan, mereka disuruh membaca sendiri begitu ya, karena seringkali kita itu mengandalkan Google begitu ya, sehingga informasi materi-materi itu semuanya ada di situ. Tetapi faktanya akhirnya dari aspek pengetahuan C1, C2 saja itu sudah kurang memadai. Bagaimana mereka bisa sampai di C4 yang harapannya kan di C4 ya mereka bisa menganalisis, bisa menelaah. Nah, jadi kalau kami selama ini selain itu dari aspek pengetahuan, dari aspek sikap saya kira sebenarnya untuk mahasiswa lama maupun baru yang Gen Z maupun yang gen-gen sebelumnya itu juga hampir mirip begitu ya. Kalau saya seringkali menanamkan kepada mereka kalau misalnya seringkali ada di seminar dan lain-lain bahwa mereka sebagai generasi stroberi yang lemah begitu ya. Kalau misalnya diinjek itu mudah sekali apa namanya hancur dan lain-lain. Saya selalu menanamkan itu sebenarnya yang menjadikan mereka apa namanya susah untuk memahami sesuatu dan lain-lain itu bukan karena dia gennya, tetapi karena lingkungannya. Seringkali itu yang kami tanamkan kepada anak-anak. Jadi selain itu misalnya ya ada buku, lalu kami meminta anak-anak untuk membuat PPT begitu saja dari buku itu hasilnya juga banyak sekali yang hal-hal yang mestinya itu disampaikan juga tidak disampaikan begitu ya. Nah, kami bagaimana untuk mengatasi yang kami lakukan ya memang kami benar-benar dari apa namanya step by step begitu ya. Karena ya itu kemarin ketika di SMA ada kurikulum merdeka yang kegiatannya lebih banyak ke hal-hal yang seperti itu. Lalu kami apalagi kalau misalnya sudah bisa membawa HP dan lain-lain sehingga mereka lebih banyak ke apa namanya mencari sesuatu itu dengan cara browsing di HP gitu ya. Presentasi saya biasanya mengharamkan anak-anak untuk dia membawa HP karena kalau mau presentasi berarti kan sudah disiapkan. Ketika dia bawa HP, pertanyaan yang sangat sederhana pun dia akan mencari di HP. Sehingga jawabannya itu malah seringkali tidak nyambung. Jadi yang kami lakukan, best practice yang kami lakukan adalah ya di hal-hal yang terkait dengan proses pembelajaran. Termasuk juga kami meminta mereka untuk membuat catatan-catatan karena faktanya kami dalam apa namanya beberapa penelitian itu jadi kalau misalnya kami dalam satu semester itu ternyata anak-anak yang memiliki catatan tangan, catatan dari apa yang didiskusikan di dalam kelas itu sangat minim sekali. Mungkin ada mahasiswa yang sama sekali tidak punya catatan, yang catatannya agak bagus itu paling hanya sekitar 25%, yang lainnya ya asal-asalan seperti itu. Padahal menulis tangan itu menurut salah satu penelitian itu juga penting untuk membentuk kecakapan dalam berpikir juga. Jadi itu beberapa hal yang kami lakukan ketika berdiskusi, kami melarang untuk mereka membawa apa nama membawa HP sehingga mereka akan berpikir dengan menggunakan logika mereka dan kami juga menyediakan berbagai buku. Dari buku-buku itu kami mencoba untuk mereka membuat yang paling minim dulu, misalnya membuat PPT. Tapi ternyata juga hasilnya jadi kami apa namanya mengarahkannya mulai sedikit-sedikit. Ketika ada tulisan seperti ini, berarti seperti apa di PPT-nya gitu. Terkait aspek sikap, terkait dengan aspek sikap kami kalau di UM misalnya sama saya kira dengan kampus lain ya Kak, kita ada project dan ada apa namanya pembelajaran berbasis masalah. Jadi khususnya untuk mata kuliah PKN dan Pancasila misalnya memang kami diwajibkan itu dan tetap untuk aspek pengetahuan kami tetap mementingkan karena anak-anak nanti ke depannya kalau mereka mengikuti berbagai tes itu mereka juga harus apa namanya mengerjakan soal-soal yang terkait dengan pilihan ABCD. Jadi kami juga tetap ada di tengah dan di akhir itu tes secara serentak terkait dengan aspek pengetahuan yang ada di mata kuliah itu. Begitu Bu Sylvia, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Dr. Siti untuk
Terima
jawabannya.
kasih Bu Siti.
Ya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this invited session, please join me once again in thanking Dr. Siti and Dr. Santi for their inspiring talk. My apologies for the delay. It's 30 minutes late from the schedule. I now hand the floor back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much for our invited speakers, Ibu Dr. Siti Awalia and Ibu Dr. Santi Erliana, and also for our moderator, Ibu Dr. Kristiani Natalina. Mohon izin Ibu Dr. Santi Erliana bisa mengambil tempat di depan dan kami undang kepada Ketua Panitia untuk dapat menyerahkan sertifikat kegiatan kita kepada Ibu Dr. Santi Erliana. Thank you so much everyone. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan memasuki sesi istirahat selama kurang dari 1 jam. So we will have the break time for less than 1 hour. Kita kembali lagi ke ruangan ini pada pukul 13:15 atau jam 1:15. Mohon izin kepada kita semua. We will have the break time for less than 1 hour and we will back to this room at 1:15. Enjoy your break time. Thank you. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian untuk bisa menyantap hidangan yang telah disediakan oleh panitia di meja yang ada di luar. Sekali lagi kami ingatkan dan beritahukan kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin untuk bisa menyadap makan siang kita yang telah disediakan oleh panitia di luar. Terima kasih. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, bagi yang masih berada di luar agar segera bisa memasuki ruangan acara karena acara kita will commence shortly. Please have a nice seat and please switch off or make sure your mobile phone is silent mode during this event. Hadirin yang kami hormati, acara kita akan segera kita lanjutkan. Kami ingatkan kembali untuk dapat menonaktifkan atau mengubah nada dering telepon seluler Anda dalam mode getar atau tanpa suara. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Palangka Raya International Conference on Education 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the next agenda of our conference. We listen to the presentation from our keynote speakers. But first, I would like to invite our moderator, Ibu Profesor Dr. Maria Luardini MA, to come to the stage. Give applause for our moderator. And also, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker. First, Dr. Felicia Yeban from Philippine Normal University, Philippines, and Dr. Solita Sarwono from Network Association, Netherlands. Before of that, I would like to greet our keynote speakers who joining our event virtually. Because it's afternoon in here, so I would like to say good afternoon, Dr. Felicia Yeban.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang, baik, terima kasih. Thank you. And also for Dr. Solita Sarwono. Good afternoon. Once more, Ibu Dr. Solita Sarwono, can you hear us? Okay, thank you. So now we would like to continue to listen to the presentation from our keynote speakers.
Okay.
And this session will be moderated by Ibu Profesor Dr. Maria Luardini MA. The time is yours.
Okay.
Thank you,
As-
moderator.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Bapak and Ibu, and also two distinguished speakers, that is Dr. Felicia Yeban from Peel Norman University and Dr. Solita Sarwono from Network Association, Netherlands. We will have two distinguished speakers, yeah, and each of the speaker will be provided 30 minutes, yeah, for the speech, and then we will have question and answer after the two speakers. And I would like here to read the title, yeah, for Dr. Felicia Yeban, yeah, with Human Right Education, a Shift in Focus. And then Dr. Solita Sarwono, I think it's Indonesian name, Ibu, yeah? Ibu Sarwono, or maybe Sarwana or Sarwono. From Network Association, Netherlands, with the title Increasing Health Awareness to Improve Education Attainment. Yeah, this is very interesting because we have here with MBG, yeah, with a free nutritious meal, yeah, for the elementary up to the senior high school students. Okay, so I would like to invite, the first one is Dr. Felicia Yeban with 30 minutes speech. Time is yours, Ibu.
So can I start now? May I just share my own screen so that I can manage the time? Okay, thank you. So I have 30 minutes, right? Okay. 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 Salamat, Siang. So I have 30 minutes. So let me just set my time. So I won't get overboard. To the management of Palangka Raya University, Universitas Palangka Raya, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you and converse with you my ideas and thoughts about human rights education in the global age. And I call it Human Rights Education 2.0. So I'd like to start by describing what's going on around the world, and I am posing the argument that the world is going right. The world is going right. And when I say right, we know that to the far right, we conventionally call them the reactionary forces, and to the far left, they are the radical forces. This is just a more general political spectrum. And in the center, or at the center, are the moderate forces in our society. So you are either right of center, far right of center, or left of center, or far left of center. So it tells us the economic and political ideology of political groups, of individuals, in the way they see how the economy and the state or politics should be governed. Okay. So of course, we know that those on the right, extreme right, are considered as fascist, and can be considered as conservative. And on the left side, the liberal, the leftist, and the socialist. In the Philippines, they are more considered as the National Democrats or the communists. In the world today, according to the Pew Research Center in 2024, across countries surveyed in 2024, many are dissatisfied with the economy and functioning of democracy. And if you look at the global map here, countries are rated on a scale from 0 to 10. As you can see, 60 countries worldwide operate under authoritarian rule. In other words, 39.2% of countries all over the world are considered as authoritarian, and 38.4% are considered with flawed democracy, 15.7% hybrid regime, and 6.6% as full democracy. So that is one of the data that I got in support of my argument that the world is going right. In Freedom World 2022, how many are living in a less free world? The green line tells us the free world. The lavender line, the not free world, and the golden line as the partly free world. Okay, as you can see, from 2007 to 2021, number of countries living in what considered is the free world dropped to 20.3%. Perhaps we can say that the pandemic has something to do with it. But in 2024, it seems like it has continued. So in the global party survey, there seems to be that the religious, right-wing, populist, nationalist, authoritarian political parties are showing electoral strength, and there is increased representation of these parties with exclusionist ideologies, particularly in Europe, Latin America, and parts of Asia. So the question now is, what does going right mean? It means that authoritarianism is spreading faster than democracy, many led by right-wing populists. Sustained erosion of civil and political rights globally is happening. Illiberal democracies or flawed democracies and authoritarian regimes dominate the world today. Many governments actively marginalize minorities or restrict rights. Rising support for illiberal leadership styles, often linked to conservative agenda. We have had 6 years of Rodrigo Duterte, and he is now in The Hague, facing crime against humanity. Global authoritarian coordination, rising support for illiberal leadership styles, often linked to conservative agenda. So these are the these are what it means for the world to go right. So the next question is, why is the world going right? And I would argue that there are 7 events or phenomena that are happening in the world today, which would explain why the world tends to go right at this time. So economic displacement and inequality and down the line. And let me explain one by one. Economic displacement and inequality, the richest 10% of the global population owns 76% of global wealth, while the poorest half owns just 2%. So there is economic displacement and inequality. Second is there is backlash to liberal values and multiculturalism. In Europe, over 43% of citizens agree that immigration undermines their culture. And that is why the natives in Europe seem to be embracing or electing right-wing oriented political parties. Demographic change and migration, the changing of faces that represent the country is happening. 30% of French citizens surveyed say they feel like strangers in their own country due to immigration because the symbols of their culture are somewhat changing, no? The faces of the population that they have. Although what you see here is not the French, but the Canadians, no? There is erosion of trust in democratic institutions. In the Philippines, for instance, 61% say democracy is preferable, but authoritarian nostalgia during the time of the Marcos Sr. dictatorship in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s remains high, particularly among younger voters. There is also weaponization of religion and national identity in India. 70% of Hindus believe being Hindu is essential to being truly Indian. There is also social media disinformation and polarization that we have to consider. 64% of people worldwide say social media divides their society. Facebook has been used in at least 50 countries to disseminate political disinformation. YouTube algorithms recommend extremist content more frequently than neutral or liberal content. Now, another phenomenon that we have to consider is that global authoritarian coordination and transnational networks are also affecting the politics in the world over, no? in the 2021 Nobel laureate Maria Ressa, she's a Filipina, she said that without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. And without trust, you can't have democracy. What she is saying is that the availability of digital platforms and the digital ecosystem provides for opportunity for creating alternative realities where disinformation campaigns can target individuals with precision, eroding shared understanding and making societies easier to control. So it looks like there is an architecture or a network that allows for or that targets really coordinated effort to have this information. So according to Maria Ressa, that is a threat to democracy. Now, what I'm saying, what I have here is a three analysis of what I just described. At the root of what is going on in the world today, or at the roots of what's going on in the world today, are the colonial legacies, imperialism. We still have to deal with those. Neoliberal globalization, historical inequities or inequities and structural racism, climate crisis and resource insecurity, technological disruption without governance, no? All these give way to a system that is increasingly becoming unstable, and democratic systems that are increasingly being reduced to authoritarianism little by little. And because of the system, there is rising global instability and democratic regression. You can see all these manifestations of such through economic displacement and inequality, through automation and job loss, unequal globalization, stagnant wages and poverty. You can also see demographic change and migration with increased migration and mobility and aging populations, the likes of Japan, they're having such problems. There is backlash to liberal values and multiculturalism. There is perceived erosion of national identity, reaction to rapid social changes, and conservative religious revivalism. You can also feel and sense the erosion of trust in democratic institutions by way of decline in electoral participation and rise of populist and anti-establishment leaders. You can also see weaponization of religion and national identity through religious extremism, identity-based political mobilization, ethno-nationalist rhetoric. You can also see global authoritarian coordination and transnational networks through spread of authoritarian models, strategic cooperation and regimes, suppression of civil society globally. And last but not the least, so social media disinformation and polarization. We have echo chambers all over, algorithmic bias, where we just listen to influencers who confirm what we already know. And the diversity of that's how algorithm happens, no? And it is our social media accounts, our digital experience has been reduced to echo chambers, fake news and foreign propaganda, and there is decline in trust in journalism, no? So we don't know anymore who are the official and the regular, the more trustworthy journalists, because everyone now has this platform to just express their opinion. So having described to you how the world is going right, another argument that I have, because the world is going right, hence human rights is being targeted. There is a crisis of human rights. So for instance, there is this global trend of economic displacement and equality. It has impacts on human rights. It undermines economic, social, and cultural rights, especially the right to work, education, and adequate standard of living. It increases vulnerability to exploitation and migration-related abuses. For instance, in the Philippines, out of 10 learners who enter grade 1, only 3 will graduate college. Only 3 will graduate college. Why? Because of economic displacement and equality. Even if in the Philippines, in public universities, it is free, education is free, in public schools, education is free, but the poor are not there. They are already out of the system by the time they are on 4th grade. Why? Because there is more to free tuition to complete our education. Backlash to liberal values and multiculturalism leads to erosion of women's rights, LGBTQ plus protections, and freedom of expression. And this is going on in the US. Normalizes hate speech and state-led discrimination. No, Europe, and of course, under the Trump era, the US, we can see that this happening in the US. No, demographic change and migration results in rights violations against migrants and refugees, including detention, denial of asylum, and statelessness. It fuels xenophobia and social exclusion. With the war in Gaza and Ukraine, you can see the increase of refugees and asylum seekers. Erosion of trust and democratic institutions. It weakens civil and political rights, particularly participation, free speech, and access to justice, and expands space for corruption and repression. In the Philippines, currently, there is a very scandalous level of greediness when it comes to corruption. I know that you have read them and heard of them in the news about our problem about our flood control infrastructure program. That is why there is a clamor for revolutionary government, for suspension of human rights, and the like. Weaponization of religion and national identity undermines equality, religious freedom, and minority rights. It legitimizes hate crimes and state-sponsored persecution. Social media disinformation and polarization erodes access to truth, privacy, and informed participation. It fuels incitement to violence and online harassment. No? And we see that the more that the society gets to be divided because of social media. Global authoritarian coordination and transnational networks normalizes censorship, surveillance, and extraterritorial repression, weakens international accountability mechanisms. And look at what Trump is doing with our international governmental institutions. So in the age of global human rights regression, human rights education is both shield and seed, shielding citizens from manipulation and repression, and seeding cultures of dignity and justice across generations. And this is the context why we have to change focus in the way we do human rights education. That's why I call it Human Rights 2.0. Human rights education has several roles. The first role it has is a defensive role. It has 3 categories: building literacy and awareness, countering disinformation and polarization, and protecting democratic culture. If we do human rights education, we have to ensure that these 3 functions are incorporated in the curriculum that we develop and in the model of human rights education that we are designing and implementing to as a way to equip our citizens, no, against erosion of our civil liberties and human rights. In human rights education 2.0, we don't talk much about we did not talk much about media literacy, because at the time the use of AI and the internet was not as extensive as it is now. But now that fake news, we are in the post-truth era, we have to consider countering disinformation and polarization as part of human rights education. Another role of human rights education is its transformative role, and it has three functions: promoting equality and inclusion, empowering the marginalized, and fostering global solidarity. We cannot just do human rights education for the sake or for the benefit of citizens within our country. The world has globalized. There is migration and there is mobility. There are transnational border issues that we have to have a collective action regardless of where we are in the world in order to address these transnational borders. So not only do we deal with culture, we also have to deal with systems, no? So these are the transformative functions of human rights education for human rights education to be truly transformative. And as a whole, in the present crisis, HRE becomes the moral infrastructure of democracy. It means we have to rebuild trust in institutions, and HRE can do that by linking rights to accountability and participation. We need to rehumanize politics, and HRE can do that amid disinformation and identity weaponization. We have to reassert universality of human rights in an era of fragmentation by re-anchoring rights in dignity, equality, and solidarity. So there are different models of human rights education and the corresponding education theories that underpin these different models of human rights education. And you can choose any, or you can hybridize whatever works for you. But from a behaviorist model of human rights, we see human rights as education as transmission, human rights as facts. So we deal with the international human declarations, the international conventions on human rights, that we depart when we do human rights education using a behaviorist model. We depart from the conventions. They have to know our target audience. They have to know the conventions. But sometimes these do not work, especially in the underserved areas of our respective countries, right? And the level of education is also unequal. And so a very academic approach, a very legalistic approach or factual, human rights as factual approach to human rights education may not suit everyone. And so you might want to try the constructivist model of human rights, that HRE is a process of agreement, that human rights as values, especially in very diverse societies such as us in Asia. We are so diverse. We have diverse in religion. We have diversity in cultures. There is no homogeneous society in Asia. And so when we do human rights education from a constructivist perspective, we have to consider where our target audience are coming from. Like, there could be different appreciation for human rights. But at the end of the day, we have to start with the lived experiences of our target audience and use a facilitating approach to infuse the human rights standards which they can use as a lens to analyze their lived experience. So that is a more constructivist approach to human rights education. And then if that doesn't suit well with you because you have a different kind of audience, you can also use a critical pedagogic model of human rights education, which means human rights education is a praxis. It is beyond curriculum. It is beyond formal education. It really is about going out there, living it, dealing with people, really practicing human rights with the people who need it the most because their rights are currently being violated. In HRE as a practice, under critical pedagogy, there is a lot of immersion experiences that should be incorporated when we do human rights education because human rights from this model is a struggle. It resurrects the experience of human rights. Human rights as a struggle resurrect the experience of human rights. In other words, we can only appreciate human rights if we discuss the struggles of people as they deal with human rights. And last but not the least is the constructive pedagogy. Of course, in a more we probably will have a more sophisticated audience because of the breadth and depth of their experience. They may even question the very wisdom of human rights. And that is deconstructive pedagogy. That means that they see human rights as an ideology itself that requires critique. And human rights are constructions to serve a socio-political purpose, hence are also problematic. And so, my dear colleagues, there are different models of doing human rights education. What is important is for us to be conscious of who our audience is, because at the end of the day, we have to respond, we have to know who our students are, who our target participants are. And so, to me, I propose a framework for a human rights education 2.0. It consists of 7 components. Number 1, we still have to see human rights as primarily as a state accountability. And 2, beyond the standards. Of course, we have to introduce them to the standards, but we have to go beyond the standards because people, our audience, learn differently, and they may not easily learn the standards if we approach human rights from a standards point of view. Number 3, we have to use a whole school approach for those who are in the formal setting. We have to look in the university, for instance. We have to see how we can infuse human rights in the different areas of accreditation: library, facilities, curriculum, faculty, student support, extension services, all the different accreditation areas that you can find spaces for human rights where we can infuse human rights. Human rights can be applied as standards in those different areas of accreditation, which comprise the architecture of higher education in this day and age. And 4, people's context and lived experiences should be the departure point why we are studying human rights. And the idea is for us to facilitate how our target audience can better understand why it is happening. And of course, there are multiverse of platforms that we can use. We could use the conventional way or the non-conventional way. the influencers, the right-wing influencers are on YouTube, but we are not there. We are losing the battle. So we have to optimize technology in doing human rights education, and we have to use reality pedagogy beyond the standards. We need to make human rights as real as possible. And so, as a human rights educator, we have to stop being the lecturer. We have to start becoming the designer of learning experience, content curator. There are many resources out there. Content creator, if you're not satisfied, create our content. Calibrator, resource network connector, and learning coach. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my presentation to you this afternoon, and perhaps during the question and answer portion, I will entertain your questions. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Felicia Yeban. Please give big applause to Dr. Felicia, yeah, with the human rights education. This is about evolution and revolution, yeah, in Philippines and abroad. Okay, we still have 1 minute, Ibu. Sorry, I address you with Ibu. That is for honor lady, ya, Ibu. So could you please say a little bit about yourself, because I forgot about your CV, Ibu. Dr. Felicia Yeban, could you please describe about yourself with your CV shortly, only 1 minute?
Okay, I'm a professor of human rights education at Philippine Normal University. I served in various capacities administratively at the university. Philippine Normal University is a teachers' university. It's the only teachers' university in the Philippines, which means the entire university only offers education programs. Okay, so that's basically what we do. I was awarded the Human Rights Education Catalyst Award by the Commission on Human Rights in 2024 because of my work in human rights education, integrating human rights education in basic education and up to university level. So I also served as convener of Amnesty International Philippines, and I have been around to conduct a training program, capacitating educators and trainers on how to do human rights. So it
Thank you
really
very
is
much.
my work.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Felicia Yeban. Okay, now we come to the next speaker, Dr. Solita Sarwana from Network Association, with the title is Increasing Health Awareness to Improve Education Attainment. Time is yours, Ibu. Dr. Solita, you're still muted over there. Okay, time is yours.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
We listen to you now.
Okay. Uh, good day and a good morning from here, from Holland. I'm sorry. I'm coughing. I have a flu, and so sorry if I'm interrupted by my coughs. But anyway, I have sent my slides. Could you start with the first slide, please? Yes. Thank you. Oof. One moment, I have to close this first. Okay. Okay, here's close this. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Solita, before you
Yes.
come to your presentation, would you please to say to
I cannot
introduce
hear.
yourself?
Sorry, I cannot hear you. It's very faint. Your voice.
Okay. Okay, before you come to your presentation, would you like to say something about yourself, your CV?
Okay, okay, I'll start with that.
Thank
Okay.
you, thank you.
But did you? Is it online? My first slide.
It
Can
doesn't matter
you
with
see
your
my
slide.
first slide?
With your slide, it doesn't matter with that. But could you introduce yourself? Yeah, your CV,
Okay.
please.
Okay. I'll tell some. Well, I am. Where can I where can I start? I'm a psychologist from University of Indonesia, and then I moved to Holland, and I studied medical sociology, and that's why I my PhD on Indonesian medical sociology, or medical sociology about Indonesian family planning and Indonesian healthcare. Okay. And the participation of the community on the whole family planning program. And I used to teach at the University of Leiden, where I got my PhD degree, and now I'm retired. I'm 77, so I've been retired for quite a while now. But after my retirement, I did consultancy with different projects, research projects in Asia, mainly in Indonesia, and in Europe. And then my focus is more on women's studies and gender, okay? Emancipation and gender, things like that.
Thank you.
And sponsored by various international agencies. So that was a little bit of my background. Is that enough?
Yes, thank you very much. Now time is yours to present your speech. Thank you.
Okay. The first slides. The point is I cannot see my slides. How can I see? Because it is well. Anyone can help me with my slides? It is very, very small. I cannot. Okay. No. Yes. No, I can. Yeah. Okay. Now I see my slides. Okay. This especially in this meeting, I was asked by the committee to say something about the European situation involving the health awareness among the Europeans, and especially in Holland, because I think I cannot say about the entire 26 countries of Europe, but at least some of it. No, education, with the focus on the Netherlands. The education of the European people is quite high actually, because compulsory education is from 4 years old up to finish 16 years, and now countries are wanting to push until 18, so until finishing high school. Even though already for many years, many parents are paying the tuition for the children to go to university, because compulsory education is free, because all children can go to school up to 15 and then 18 years. But after that, parents must pay for their education. Many parents, even the farmers, they see the need of university education in their fields, even in farming, for instance, the innovations in the farming industry is highly developed because of their education. Okay, next. How can I go next? Oh. The healthcare is very good in Europe, although it varies. In Holland, it is compulsory. Everyone has to have healthcare coverage. Now, like I said before, up to 18 years, the healthcare the health insurance is covered by the government. But after that, you have to pay the health insurance by yourself. And before there are two types of before until the year 60s, I think. There are two types of health services. The one is provided by the government. The other is provided by private sectors. And the package, the healthcare packages are different. By the government is more basic and is targeted to people with lower incomes, while the private insurance is more comprehensive and is more expensive as well. But sorry, and in order to make the healthcare works, Holland need a lot of people working in the healthcare sector, nurses, but nurses, especially nurses, but doctors. But the interest for the youth to work in the health sector, especially nurses, is small. The youth are more attracted to industrial working or working in the offices. So many of the nurses are imported from Indonesia and from the Philippines. From Indonesia because of the history, colonial history of between Dutch and Indonesia. But the Philippines also provide English-speaking nurses to Holland. The Indonesians come here, they come to Holland, and they learn to speak Dutch. Yeah. But the Filipinos, they come here, they already speak English from home, so it's easier for them to get a place here because many Dutch speak English. But still, the Filipino, they have to learn Dutch anyway, because when you are sick, you don't speak foreign language, right? Although you speak four languages, but you go back to your mother tongue. But the youth are not interested in becoming, because it's hard work and you have to be on duty 24 hours. I mean, because you need to be able to come to hospital when you're called anytime. It is unfortunate because the European population is aging rapidly. Next. Where is next? Okay. Okay. Now, this is the aging population. You can see how many how many people are going to be 60 years old and older. Now, and you can also see from this slide, this slide, how the retirement benefits and the retirement care differs from country to country. Next. Please. No. Retirement age in Indonesia is set at 58 years because of their, I think their average, life expectancy is quite low. Something like, I don't remember, like 60 something, or like that. And in Europe, people grow very old, and some of them are over the 100, and they're still physically and mentally still quite healthy, actually. They may stay in old age homes because their children and grandchildren do not live with them, but still they are healthy. Next. Oh. Well, for when you talking about health, you're talking about the we're talking about 3 points. There's the health itself, capability, it's a physical, psychological, and the opportunity, the social and psychological opportunity to get a job, to get the placement, to get school and everything, and the motivation. You want to do it or you don't want to do it, and then you will, individual will form a specific behavior to be targeted to specific destination. For instance, I want to become a construction worker. Okay, so I need to build the three capability, opportunity, and motivation in myself to become a construction worker. I want to become a doctor, the same. So I have to prepare myself for on the three fields. Next. Yes, most of the Dutch, like I said before, they're very healthy because they also exercise. They do physical exercise, not only sitting the whole day, but physical exercise. They take bike, they go swimming, and they go everywhere. They move until old people. A group of the other day, there's a group of 70 plusers. They take a bike, a group, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 people. They cycle for I don't know how many days, 3-4 days, to different cities in Holland. So it is a holiday which is very healthy and doesn't need so much money because everyone has a bike. A child starts to learn to bike at the age of 2 years old, and the 4 years they go to school with on a bike, okay? And they always go on a bike. Even people working and taking trains, for instance, there is a special wagon for bikes. So they take the bike to the station and get on the bike into the wagon, and then they go and then they sit and sleep, whatever, until they reach the destination. They take the bike again and they use that bike in that city. Okay, so it saves also money to go to take a bus in that city. Anyway, bike, and then swimming. Swimming is Holland is under the 5 meter under the sea surface. So many years ago, there have been the Dutch have made a big wall, long wall in the ocean, and then make to part and to dry the land. That's why it's in French it is peba. So it's called peba. So it's low land. It's very very low. Yeah. Yeah. Then and then my batteries are. Oh yeah. Okay. It's and then it gets sorry sorry my battery. Okay. So swimming is required. So the physical exercise, swimming is required before a child finished elementary school. There is a examination, a test that the child can do what can have 3 types of diplomas, swim diplomas, each with a different grades, different style of swimming, and the last one, the highest one, is to swim in full uniform to help somebody when when they see somebody plunk into the water. Many each city has rivers. So if somebody plunges into the water, some people who see it can just go into and help the people or the person who plunged into the water. Okay. Next. Can you? Okay, next. Yeah, here's the, it's the swimming. You see how small the children, this is the bicycle, and everyone has to wear a helmet, even on bicycle. Next. Okay. Oh, I cannot. I can. Where to move? Sorry. Okay, this is a swimming. She said, "It's a baby. Is it he already underwater? I mean, to dive underwater." Next. Okay. The Dutch is the world's tallest nation. Okay. It is, over 180, almost 100, average 184 centimeter. So it is very, very tall. The good eating habit, combination of good eating habit and the exercises. Okay, I don't know why they were the average Dutch population is now a bit smaller, but it is assumption is it is caused by the coming of immigrants to reside in Holland, and they reside here, and then they get they married and they get children, they build a family. The Asians, for instance, the Asians are Indonesians, for instance, they are smaller than the real Dutch, and they married the Dutch here, and then their offspring will be smaller than the father or the mother. Yeah. Then, what is a problem in Holland is smoking and alcohol. But even then, the Dutch government and organizations, companies try to get down the smoking and alcohol habits. But what most difficult is to change is obesity. Obesity is increasing because of the eating habit. The Dutch like to eat meat, and it's a big meat. We Indonesians eat meat in small chops, in small cuts, but the Dutch like big, like steak, something like that. I think the Americans also like steaks and everything. Yeah. That's what's becoming a health problem now. Next. Okay, I can say youth education. Like I've mentioned about the exercises, but the youth also learn the importance of cleanliness. Every from childhood, they learn that the importance of cleanliness in everything they do. So until in the nursing homes, the nurses and the tenants pay good attention on cleanliness. Thanks. Oh, okay. This is I have mentioned before, addiction smoking, and then people are aware that good health is needed for obtaining a better life. Okay, next. Educational. This is also I've said to many people, healthy body and mind are essential for achieving a comfortable living condition. Taking plants, the hobby of planting flowers. Each house has flowers everywhere. Even if you're living in an apartment, you don't have a piece of land. You have lots of pots with flowers. At one time, there's somebody will do research in each household there are 27 pots of plants and flowers. 27. And I said to my husband, 27? That's a lot. Just let's look how many we have. 30. So yes, small and big because it is very nice to have plants in the house. Okay. Next. Is it the last? Oh, these are the references. That was it. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please ask me now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solita Sarwana.
Thank you.
Please give a warm applause to Dr. Sarwana as our speaker.
Thank you. I hope it helps.
If I can summarize your your presentation, the excellent presentation is good health with physical and health for food and drink. Yeah, we'll have higher education, and then you will have broader choice of employment. That's Dr. Solita's presentation. Okay, now for the rest of the time, for 30 minutes, we will have question and answer. I will invite the audience here to give a question, and then the speaker will answer the question. For the first time, please raise your hand if you have any question. Yes, the first one is the first speaker. Okay, both of them. The question is for both of them.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's not for both, but the two speakers is still on the online, right? The two speakers. I will ask them both, but different question based on the topic.
Doctors
Dr.
Felicia and
Felicia
Dr.
is-
Solita, are you still here with?
Yes, yes, he's here.
All right. Okay. Thank you. This is a question for Dr. Felicia, Professor Felicia. Okay. For Dr. Felicia, you explained a lot about this human right education, right? If 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 there is a authoritarianism countries in a totally in a authoritarianism country, let's say like North Korea, how do you apply this human right education? What is the challenge if the government doesn't want to apply this kind of human right education? Is there any example? If a country with authoritarian system.
Okay.
That's for the Professor Felicia, and for the Professor Lita. The question is it possible? You explain a lot about your the social situation in Holland, and my question is that possible Indonesia can adopt something according to you, in your opinion, is better for Indonesia from this system in the Holland, whatever field, in terms of anything, culture or education or healthcare, or you said about nurses imported from Indonesia. How about the you know the shock culture or whatever you can tell us. Thank you. That's all the question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The first one is for Professor Felicia. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, very difficult question. Let me answer that by the fact that we both are colonized, right? The Philippines was colonized by Spain for 333 years, and the colonization was complete. No rights whatsoever was ever extended by the colonizers. And yet, little by little, we both Indonesians and the Filipinos, we both were able to free ourselves from the colonial rule. So same with North Korea. Time will come that it will happen, so long as there are people, because human rights is natural to the person. It's natural for human beings to think of freedom and to fight for freedom. Now you can, I don't think at the moment there is formal human rights education in North Korea because there is none. However, we cannot say that there is no human rights education because there are human beings out there who will definitely, little by little, fight for their rights. And it has happened in history. See, the Philippines, 333 years of Spanish rule, 44 years of American rule, 4 years of Japanese rule, and we underwent more than 20 years of complete repression of government. And so it's a long haul. We cannot achieve this overnight, but over time. So that's my response to you. History has proven that we will someday achieve it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Felicia. And the second one is about the social situation in Holland. That is maybe very similar to Indonesia. Time is yours, Dr. Solita.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't hear. Your voice is very soft. It's from here. So
Do you want me to repeat the question? Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, not you, not but the moderator,
Bu Maria.
the moderator.
Sorry.
Yes, the moderator. The moderator is so soft. Okay, but I heard your questions, Mr. I don't know now you asked me about the Indonesian, about what we can learn from from Europe. Now, one most important thing is Indonesians in general must increase their physical activities, especially people in the urban areas. We are, I said we because I'm also an Indonesian, I have an Indonesian nationality. We are spoiled by buses, built in new cars, everything which makes us easier to commute from place to place. Even motorcycles in Jakarta, for instance, thousands of motorcycles every day go on the streets, not remembering that those vehicles are causing pollution, air pollution, heavy pollution, which causes respiratory diseases. We Indonesians are looking at convenience to move around, convenience to chat, to relax, and the buses are full, but people like it, and they just chat with each other. Now in Jakarta there are trains as well, and there are also trains from Jakarta to Bandung, to Surabaya, whatever. But the conveniences and to travel, and before the big days, Idul Fitri, you have to book ticket for a month before the D-Day to be able to get a seat on the trains and on the buses. Now, conveniences, and that is not good actually for us, the lack of exercises and eating habit. We like to eat small things, but sweet things, and fried things, snacks. The snacks are very, very nice for Indonesia. In Indonesia, even the tourists comes to enjoy the snacks. So we also have to be careful with it, because those nice snacks, delicious snacks, are causing heart problems. Okay, so if you want to change something, that eating habit and more exercise.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for the answer.
Thank you.
Is that enough, Pak Fontas?
Okay, but I want to add something to the answer from Dr. Solita, because we have totally different weather. If you ask in Indonesia with the very hot weather, let's say going to office by walking, before you reach the office, you already sweat.
Yeah, okay.
It's totally different. Totally different. I want to go biking in Australia and the UK. The weather is so cold, so you have you don't sweat. You don't sweat. You run. You riding a bike. You don't sweat. So it's easy because the weather is so nice, so cold. But here in Indonesia, it's so hot. You don't move. You getting sweat.
I know.
Okay, so that's what do you think about it?
Okay, I understand that. Do you know the name Pak Dahlan Iskan? He was a ex-minister of something like that. He likes to walk every day from his house to the ministry here. I think 1 hour walk every day. He does that. Then he has a shower. As a minister, he get and so he takes a shower. He took a shower after by reaching office, and then has a clothes, fresh clothes in the owner. So that's, I think every office can provide also small showers, or shower for people to refresh. In hotels, or especially offices in the hotel. In Indonesia, there are many offices are stationed in the hotels, so they can use the showers of the public toilets there in the hotels. So anyway, it's one effort of making. Yes, I understand you were sweating everything. Even without walking, you're sweating already. Even on a bike, you're sweating already. But well, you can, if you cannot you cannot cover the sun, then you protect yourself and do something else.
Yes.
Okay.
Totally agree with you. Thank you, Dr. Cerita.
Thank you so much. Now I will invite the second question, please. If there is any question. In the rear row. Paling belakang. Yes, please. Oh, no question. I thought that raising hand to provide the question. Okay, now, if there is no question, I would like to ask Dr. Solita, yeah, because the situation I think will be similar to Indonesia. That is for free tuition fee, yeah, for the elementary. Here the elementary is the SD, yeah, elementary up to junior high school. It is free for public school, but for private school, it should be pay, yeah, for the tuition fee. And then for health food, yeah, we have here from elementary up to senior high school with free nutritious meal. Is that similar to those in Holland, Ibu? Sorry, in Netherlands.
Yes. What's the compulsory age for education in Indonesia now? The start. 4 years or 2 years, or what, how old?
5
7 years.
5, yeah, 5.
5.
Yes,
That is
5.
for kindergarten, for
5
TK,
up
kanak-kanak.
to 12, I think, yeah. 12, yes.
Only to 12.
Yeah,
Only to 12.
until 12. That's for
Until?
elementary.
Okay.
And then 3 years in junior high school.
Yeah. What is the compulsory obligation until what age?
What I mean is they are free for tuition fee. For the tuition fee, you said like for free for the school.
Yes. Okay. Because free tuition fee is only applicable when the education is compulsory. If it's not compulsory, you cannot you cannot say you cannot give education because it's not compulsory. Okay, so that's why my question is, in Indonesia, until what age is it education compulsory? 12 years? 15 years?
12 past 3. 12 for elementary school,
and 3.
And then for junior high school for 3 years.
Okay, so after 15 years old, it's no longer compulsory, right?
For the tuition fee only, but it is
Yeah.
compulsory for they to pursue the education.
Yeah, for education. So the children age 16 until 18, they have to pay the tuition or not?
No, only the senior high school have to pay it. Is that? Yeah, senior high school students, that is for 3 years, yeah, they should pay for the tuition fee. But for the elementary up to the junior high school, it is free for public school.
Okay, for public, yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
for
I'm
public
talking
school.
about public schools. Okay, okay. So, in Holland, it is free until 15 or 16 years. It's free, and afterwards, the parents have to pay. Okay, that is public school, but the public school after elementary school, the children can go also to what you call it, sekolah kejuruan, vocational school. Go to vocational school, so they don't have to go to high school, because if high school, if you stop going to school after high school, you don't get any, and you don't have any skill. You cannot work. You cannot get a job. You have to continue until university to be able to get a job. But if you go to vocational schools, you from the beginning, you know what to do, which field you want to study. So you want to be a carpenter, you want to be what? My husband says something. What? Plumber. Yeah, plumbing. You have to go. Well, the girls want to become tailor dressmakers. They can go for 3 years or 4 years, depending on the course, and then they can finish. After they graduate, they can get a job because they have the diploma, the diploma of a skilled competence.
Okay. For what about the health food here? Because we have now makanan bergizi gratis, that is free nutrition meal ya for the elementary up to senior high school. Is that similar to Netherlands?
The food, or the Indonesian girl in Indonesian children get free meals.
Yes.
But that is quite new, right?
Starting from the president of Prabowo.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a new program.
Okay. I have. I agree. It is a good. Is it a good policy? Trying to improve the nutrition of the children, the young children. But I see the problems there. The problems. The first problems that I see is that how to provide good, clean food every day, for fresh food for all the children. Who must cook it? The parents, because whoever is doing the cooking, the washing, have to pay attention on the hygiene, have to pay attention on the cleanliness. That's why there are cases of vomiting, cases of poisoning. Also, it's because of lack of hygiene. That's what I was afraid of when I heard about the program. I said, my first reaction, how about the cleanliness? Because I know it is that Indonesians are not so eager. They don't have the habit to really clean the hands with soap and everything before touching any even any vegetables before they're cooking. They don't have that habit. So we have to start with that habit first, because not everyone can get access to clean water. People have to buy clean water. Yeah, so it's not 1, 2, 3 that you can say, okay, everybody is wash their hands. Yeah, when I have to buy clean water, I better use clean water for my drinking, for my cooking, not for washing my hands. Like that. So I know it's obstacle. Yeah.
Yes, I get the point. Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate to the speaker, and especially for Dr. Solita, who is not in good condition. Sorry for that, Ibu, because you are in with cough. Yeah. Okay, so again give big applause, warm applause to the
Thank you.
speakers. Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you very
Ibu.
much. Thank you very, very much for inviting us.
Okay, I give the
Thank
time
you. Terima
to
kasih.
Sama-sama.
moderator. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for our keynote speakers, Dr. Felicia Yeban from Philippine Normal University and Dr. Salita Sarwono from Network Association, Netherlands. And also for our moderator, Ibu Professor Maria Arna Luardini, who has moderated our sessions. Thank you. Okay, once more, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Felicia and Dr. Salita. Thank you for joining our event virtually. We do hope that we can collaborate again in another
Thank you.
event.
Anytime. Anytime.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Pardon, we are going to continue our session. Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita akan memasuki sesi paralel. Now we proceed to the parallel session that will be led by some moderators on different rooms. Kami silakan kepada Bapak Ibu yang mengikuti parallel session untuk dapat memasuki ruangan masing-masing. Dan kami juga mengingatkan Bapak Ibu untuk kembali lagi ke ruangan ini setelah selesai parallel session karena kita akan mengumumkan the best presenter for our conference. A kind reminder to all of the participants to come back again after the parallel session because we will listen to the announcements for the best presenter of our conference today. Kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang mengikuti parallel session, kami silakan untuk dapat memasuki ruangan masing-masing. Terima kasih.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice clear?
Ya, ya, kedengaran.
Okay, good. We will begin shortly. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the online parallel session of Palangka Raya International Conference on Education, or PRIZE 2025. My name is Emerald, and I'll be serving you as moderator for this session. First of all, I'd like to extend my warm greeting to all presenters joining us today from various universities across Indonesia. And we're delighted to have representatives from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka, Universitas Jambi, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Universitas Brawijaya, Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Palangka Raya, Stikom Tunas Bangsa Pematang Siantar, and definitely from Universitas Palangka Raya. And today we are honored to have Professor Dr. Gunarjo S. Budi MSc as our reviewer. Good afternoon, sir. Is my voice clear?
Yes, if we're moral, it's very clear.
Okay, glad to hear that. Well, we're going to proceed. Before we start, I'm going to inform you that each presenter will have 5 minutes to deliver their presentation. Please make sure to manage your time so that we can proceed smoothly. And I will kindly remind you when your time is nearly finished. Well, let's begin our session with the first presenter from Universitas Palangka Raya, Ibu Kristiani Natalina, and Ibu Laila Rahmawati. Okay, time is yours.
Can anyone hear my voice clearly? Because I can't really hear the voice clearly. But can you hear my voice? Bu Emerald?
Yes, I hear your voice.
Yes, it is very clear, Ibu Kristiani.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to move places. Sorry, Bu Emerald. Okay. Today, our team will present about eco-brick-based eco-literacy model, learning sustainability through experience. Good morning and thank you. This presentation comes from a conceptual paper that explores how small and tangible learning practice, such as making eco-bricks, might help our students connect environmental understanding with daily habits of care. So this presentation is not a report of findings, but a reflection of how educational change begins through participation and reflection. I'd like to tell this presentation as a story of thinking, not to prove result, but to explore a pathway.
Halo Ibu Christina. Can everyone hear Ibu Christiani's voice?
No, I cannot.
Okay, I'm afraid there is a technical problem. I'm so sorry. Okay, could you please give a moment so I can contact her, everybody? Okay, it seems she's out of the Zoom. Well, I'm gonna make sure if Ibu Ranisa is here.
Yes, I am.
Okay. While waiting for Ibu Chris, are you ready to continue the presentation, Ibu Ranisa?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bentar, wait a moment. Wait. Okay. Okay, I will start now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ranisa Junita. I will presenting about eco-print STEM learning integrated with a cognitive load theory in geometry transformation. This is our team research, Husni Sabil, Veritiona, and Marlina. Okay, about the background is research. Okay. The first about eco-print STEM. Eco-print STEM, this idea come from students always use technology like GeoGebra. It's from our survey said that they like use GeoGebra for learning geometry. And why EcoPin we use to this research because EcoPin are very simple and they like to use the EcoPin from this year. And integrated cognitive load. Cognitive load have three parts. Intrinsic cognitive load, it's from material. Extrinsic cognitive load, it's from strategy. And German cognitive load is from a construct, knowledge or student. And the material, we use a geometry transformation. Okay, and this is about integrated eco-print STEM and cognitive load. There are seven steps. Identify a problem, conceptual study, STEM integrated, and a cognitive load, use a guided fading effect. And the third is designing solution. Okay, and the fourth about develop prototype. Okay, and cognitive load says about the work example and problem competition effect. Okay, and the fifth about testing evaluation, and six a redesign prototype, and the last about reflection, and also about work example and problem completion effect. Okay, this is our method research.
Design research use a three-step: preliminary design, design experimental, and retrospective analysis. Preliminary design is literature review and design hypothetical learning trajectory. And the second, design experimental, is about eight student for field experimental and last teaching experiment. And the last, retrospective analysis, analysis hypothetical learning trajectory from teaching experimental. Yes. And this is our result learning trajectory. Okay. Activity, the first activity, objective students can understand the definition or initial concept of sliding mirror. The activities students choose labs or the almost the same size, and students determine the mirror and direction vector in GeoGebra. Activity 2, students get image from mirror and share transformation. And also they student arrange lab as maps and maps on clothes and are assessed by GeoGebra, like this picture. In the last activity, students examine the results and shadow and mirror. And activity after the labs and follower are based and the fulcrum technique is used. Students re-examine and re-evaluate the concept and mirror in slides. They prove about the theorem. Okay, and the second, wait. Okay. Meaning about this picture, students use a sliding mirror concept to create a coupling design. They use GeoGebra as a tool for design flowers and leaves. And the third student determine the magnitude of the translation and value of the vector use. Okay, this a result for the clothes. Is the pictures means students get a coupling result in clothes and student prove theorem related and product of two rotation. A translation. It's mean translation. And last, okay, this assumes like before, but in rotation. Okay, we find for activity. The first activity about student can recognize the definition or initial concept of rotation and rotation, two rotation. And activity, they must choose a left and flowers that are about the same size or a congruent. And the second, student determine two different angle size. Okay, the objective activity, second activity, students get an idea and transformation of rotation and rotation. And the third activity, they checks any shadow result from the two rotation. And the last activity, student prove that two rotation can be transformed into one rotation with different centers and different angle. Now from this picture, okay, I will use the next slide. Okay.
Sorry for interrupting, Ibu, your time is already up.
Okay, yeah. From this picture, I get they cannot find one center and one angle for this picture, and I must also give them a scaffolding to get about that. Okay, this is all about the cognitive load. Cognitive load, a part of intrinsic, extrinsic, and German. Okay, this I have from the data. The high intrinsic cognitive load, the low extrinsic cognitive load, and the high German cognitive load. But it's meaning about cognitive. Yes, yeah. Okay, as one, the student can manage their cognitive load. This is evident from the high German cognitive load, and student need a high effort to achieve a learning object and complete this project well. Based on the extrinsic cognitive load questionnaire, it is found that students receive instruction and learning direction very clearly, and while the intrinsic cognitive load was very high. So this learning path and can be said to be valid for the learning process. Meanwhile, the learning outcome are said to be quite good. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and I will give you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Ibu Ranisa. We're going to proceed to the next presenter. Is Ibu Chris is here?
Yes.
Okay. Already, Ibu?
No, I'm still fixing something.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we cannot proceed. So we can proceed to another presenter.
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Before we start, is Ibu Sendari here? Hello, Ibu Sendari, are you
Yes,
here?
yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Are you ready?
Okay,
Okay.
ready.
Well, before we start, I'm going to remind you, dear all fellow participants, that we only have 5 minutes to present your own presentation, and I will kindly remind you if your time is nearly finished. And I'm afraid that we will have no Q&A session concerning the time limitation. Okay? Well, time is yours, Ibu Sundari.
Ya, yang saya menampilkan ininya ya.
Ya, silakan Ibu.
Apakah sudah terlihat di layar?
Ya, it's readable.
Izin,
Ibu.
apakah bisa ditampilkan saja ini saya paper saya? Tadi saya sudah upload.
Sudah upload ke panitia, Bu ya?
Ya, betul.
Oke. Coba sambil saya ini kontak, Bu ya.
Ya.
Okay, is this readable for you?
Oke, bisa dibesarkan di layarnya, di full. Okay, thank you, Miss Emerald. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. My name is Sundari, and I'm study doctoral in program Economic Education in Faculty of Economic Business, State University of Malang. I'm lecturer in the program study Economic Education at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Palangka Raya. I would like to thanks to PRICE, Palangka Raya International Conference on Education, committee for giving me opportunity to present my paper until enhancing teacher readiness in implementing the Merdeka curriculum, the role of deep learning and project-based learning in vocational education. In this research, my supervisor, Prof. Dr. Nasik, I was interested in the topic because in the context of the Merdeka curriculum with the deep learning dan project-based learning approach. Okay, next. Introduction, teacher in vocational high school are often stuck with conventional methods that are no longer relevant in the needs industry 4.0. Therefore, a learning approach that can integrate technology with student high order thinking process is needed. One approach that's considered effective is the deep learning approach, which emphasizes conceptual understanding and critical reflection. Drawing on the principle of mindful, meaningful, and joyful learning, this research presents a conceptual and practical synthesis that can be implemented in vocational education. The findings indicate that project-based learning, digital reflection, and cross-disciplinary collaboration at effective strategy fostering student conceptual understanding and apply skill. Authentic assessment based on portfolio, presentation, and reflective journal are also deemed more representative in measuring deep learning outcomes. Yeah, next. This research used a descriptive qualitative approach with a case study type as it aims to gain in-depth understanding of the phenomenon of teacher readiness in facing the implementation of the Merdeka curriculum in vocational high school. The qualitative approach allows research to comprehensively explore teacher experience and perfection of adaptive learning based on reflective concept. Time and place of the research in several vocational high school SMK in Palangka Raya city that have implemented the Merdeka curriculum was conducted over period 6 months from May to October 2025. Subject of the research, the subject were selected using purposive sampling, taking into account the criteria of teacher who had participated in Merdeka curriculum training and had at least 5 years of teaching experience.
1 minute remaining, Ibu.
Ya, oke. Data kualitatif and teknik dan data analisisnya. Data analysis was conducted using the Miles and Haberman interactive model, which include the main stake that data reduction, data presentation, and conclusion. Next. Now, results show the teacher reading vocational high school still varies. Some teachers understand the importance of technology-based learning transformation, but most still rely on traditional learning model, limit digital facility and infrastructure at the main obstacle in implementing in Merdeka curriculum in vocational high school. In addition, teacher low level of digital literacy make it difficult for them to integrate interactive learning media into the teaching and learning process. This shows that teacher readiness is not only conceptual but also technical and psychological. Now, the implementation of the deep learning approach in a vocational high school remain relatively low. Observations show that most teachers place more emphasis on completing syllabus than on achieving student conceptual completeness. Next.
Sorry, Ibu, your time is up. Could you please wrap up your presentation?
Okay. Apakah saya lanjutkan penutupnya atau sudah selesai?
Penutup Ibu karena sudah selesai.
Oke,
Just wrap it up.
Thank you for like opportunity given and
Okay, thank you Ibu Sundari for the presentation. We're going to proceed to the next presenter. Is Ibu Kristiani ready?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, so the time is yours, Ibu, please.
Okay. I will start from this slide because slide number 1 and already explained for me. So the question that guiding us on the story of an idea of the conceptual framework that we have as a team conducted is, can simple participatory acts like making eco-brick nurture eco-literacy in everyday school life? So we will present the case of SDN for Menteng as a context, but not as a data. So why this matters in the Kalimantan context? In Kalimantan, waste is not something abstract. It is completely visible in schools environment, but the management is quite limited. So students see waste on the way to the school. Many local traditions actually already value care for nature, but schools often teach sustainability as something important or something distant for the students. So this project that we have asks how might environmental learning become rooted in local realities and in the hands of students themselves. This is the conceptual framework that we have developed based on our research on SDN for Menteng. So in SDN for Menteng, we make a project for 3 weeks with our students. And then based on that project, we try to develop a framework for eco-literacy, but based on the eco-brick making. So basically, the conceptual framework that we have connects 3 theoretical lenses. So here, as you can see, eco-literacy as the moral and intellectual base. And then we have experiential learning as another theoretical lens that we use. It describes the process. So it helps with the pedagogical process. It helps students to learning through experience and reflection. So it's not just making the eco-brick, but during the making of the eco-brick, we ask the students to reflect on what they are doing. And then we use also the theoretical lens of DKAB model, knowledge, attitude, and behavior model. So this model helps us to understand the behavioral mechanism of how students, after raising their awareness on plastic waste around their school, how they try to linking this knowledge into attitude, and then how their attitude can later change their practice. So together, these 3 theoretical lenses, they explain how students might move from knowing to caring to doing. So it's not automatically, but it's through guided reflection. In the eco-brick activity that we have done with our students, this looks like students touching their own waste, thinking about it, and discussing what that means for how they live. What we learned from practice. So the project involved 39 students, and also some teachers participated over 3 weeks. At SDN for Menteng, what we can see is students very excited. They saw their waste accumulate and turned it into something tangible.
1 minute left, Ibu.
Okay. So here, eco-bricks alone, it doesn't change habits actually. As we can see from the observation result, they actually open a space for questioning about consumption, care, and what sustainability means in everyday life. So this is the last slide that I have. So what it means for teacher and school. It means we have to rethinking how we teach. We have to try to weaving sustainability across subjects. We have to try to empowering teachers to connect learning to local context and making care as part of school routine. So the making of eco brick here, it's not the goal actually. So it's just the doorway. Sustainability education, especially in places like Kalimantan, it shall begin with small acts of noticing. And
I
from there,
apologize, your time is up, Ibu. Could you please wrap up your presentation?
okay, it's already wrapped up, Bu Emerald. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu. Again, thank you very much for the presentation, Ibu Kristiani and Ibu Laila. And now we're going to proceed to the next presenter from IAKN, Bapak Kris Apandi. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, time is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, respected reviewers and fellow presenters. I am Kris Apandi with Sylvia Ramelia from the State Christian Institute of Palangka Raya. Our presentation today is titled Citizens Capital for Changing Character Development in Indonesia Civic Education. This study seeks to explore how the integration of spirit capital can reinforce moral and civic virtues, particularly within Indonesia contemporary civic education framework. Civic education in Indonesia have a crucial role in shaping citizens who push moral integrity, civic virtue, and social responsibility. Despite economic progress, moral decay manifested in corruption, intolerance, and declining public concern remaining a major challenge. This study argues that strengthened spiritual capital find as the inner wealth of values, meaning, and life purpose provides the ethical foundation for develop responsible citizens. Drawing from Johar and Marshall concept, spiritual capital, this framework emphasizes the importance of integrating moral awareness, spiritual reflection, civic action as part process of national character development. Based on this background, our research focus on a three-key question. First, how can citizen spiritual capital serve as a foundation for character development in civic education? Second, what are the key dimensions of spiritual capital relevant to fostering civic and moral character? And the third, what strategies can be employed to integrate spiritual capital into educational practice across the individual, familial, and community levels? This question with our conceptual exploration of how spirituality can empower civic virtue and strengthen moral commitment among Indonesia citizens. For the research method, this study employs systematic review, synthesize global and national academic discourse on spiritual capital and character education. Data we collect from peer review indexed by Scopus and Cinta. The analysis include thematic coding, policy comparison, and triangulation a source to ensure validity. This theoretical review provides insight how spiritual capital can bridge moral awareness, spirituality, and a civic engagement within Indonesia evolving civic education paradigm. Our finding reveal integrated dimension of a spiritual capital that play vital role standing civic character. The first dimension is the values foundation, with the emphasize embedding honesty, integrity, and compassion grounded in Pancasila values. The second dimension is a moral reasoning, which promotes ethical decision making a true spiritual reflection. And the third dimension is social cohesion, is which highlights the importance of unity within diversity in Indonesia multicultural setting. Civic education must foster empathy, tolerance, and respect across religious and ethnic boundaries, embodying the true spirit of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. And the fourth dimension is service orientation, which represent the highest expression of spiritual maturity, serving the order and engaging in community development as act of moral and civic responsibility. Collective, these four dimensions form an integrated framework that unites inner spirituality, outward civic responsibility, transforming spiritual capital theoretical ideal into a moral force that shapes citizens of integrity, empathy, and justice. And in conclusion, spiritual capital provides a transformative base for strengthening character education in Indonesia's civic framework. It's a bright moral awareness, social duty, producing citizen conscience who ethically within their communities. True character building must begin with inner purification, nurturing conscience, integrity, and commitment, and expand outward to service to others. When spiritual, moral, and civic dimension work in harmony, Indonesia can nurture a generation of citizens who embody justice, integrity, and humanity in public and private life. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Chris Apandi dan Ibu Sylvia Rahmelia from IAKN Palangka Raya. Now we have a presenter from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Bapak Muhammad Yahya. Are you ready?
Ready? Apakah terdengar dengan jelas ini?
Okay, it's clear. You can start your presentation now. Time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to thank our moderator for kind introduction, and also express my appreciation to our honorable reviewer, Professor Dr. Gunarjo Suryanto Budi, MSc. My name is Muhammad Yahya from the English Language Education Study Program at Lambung Mangkurat University. Today, I'm delighted to present my research entitled Good Result as an E-Portfolio Pragmatics, Strategies, Benefits, and Challenge. This study was conducted in the Pragmatic course and is focused on integrating technology with reflective learning. Now, for introduction, in today's digital learning environment, Technology plays a vital role in promoting autonomous and reflective learning. One of the most effective tools for that purpose is the e-portfolio, which allows students to collect, organize, and reflect on their learning experiences. In this research, I focus on Google Site because it is free, flexible, and accessible for both lecturers and students. However, most studies on ePortfolio focus on skill-based courses, such as writing or speaking. Very few have examined content-based courses like pragmatic, which involve analyzing meaning and context. Therefore, the study aims to explore how Google Site was implemented as an portfolio, focusing on three main aspects: the lecture strategies, the benefits experienced by students, and the challenge faced during implementation. Now we move to the methodology. This research used a quantitative descriptive design to explore real experience in depth. The participants include 1 lecturer and 6 students, 3 high achievers and 3 low achievers from the dramatic course at Lambung Mangkurat University. The data were collected through interview, Google Site analysis, and also class Telegram discussion. The data were then analyzed using Mills and Habermas model involving data redaction, data display, and conclusion drawing. Now, we move to result and discussion. This is the main part of my presentation, the result and the discussion. As you can see on the screen, there were 5 main strategies used by the lecturer in implementing Google Site. First, introduction and modeling. The lecture starts by demonstrating how to use the platform and provide tutorials video. The second, the diagnostic free test. As you can see in the picture on the left, students were asked to answer questions about pragmatic concepts such as implication and speech act. This helped the lecturer identify their initial understanding. The third, contextual project. In the picture on the right, you can see as an example of a student analyzing the song Thank You Next by Ariana Grande to illustrate the access and speaker intention. The fourth, continuous feedback. Feedback was shared through Telegram message and in this class discussion, allowing students to revise their portfolio step by step. And finally, and the last one is creative freedom. Students personalize their Google Site using any colors, layouts, and image that reflected their learning style. As a result, this strategy have a benefit. For example, to improve task organization, reflection, and motivation. Students became more independent and digitally skilled. However, as you can see in the bottom visual, some challenges appear: unstable internet connection, link errors, and low digital familiarity. These technical barriers sometimes interrupted the feedback process, showing that digital training and institutional support are still needed. And for the last slide about conclusion, to conclude this study, the study demonstrated that Google Site is an effective pedagogical innovation for content-based learning. It encourages students to reflect, be creative, and connect pragmatic theory with real-life communication. It is also strengthening digital competence and motivation for both lecturer and students. For future application, I suggest integration in portfolio across other English language teaching courses and providing digital training to maximize their benefits. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Bapak Muhammad Yahya from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Well, before we proceed to the next presenter, I'm going to share the attendance list on the chat box. Please give me a moment so I can share the link. Well, have you received the link, everybody?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, good. So you can fill in the attendance list, and after that, you will receive the certificate. Okay, now I'm going to invite our next presenter from Universitas Brawijaya. We have Ibu Iswahyuni, Ibu Retno, Ibu Ive, Ibu Naili, and Ibu Hamama. Okay, time is yours.
Right, thank you, Ibu.
Hello, can anybody hear their voice? Hello, Ibu Iswahyuni. We couldn't.
Ibu,
Okay.
my voice is clear.
Okay, now
Sorry.
now it's clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I will. Okay, I will explain the first. It's about the background and purpose of the review. So the first is about the background. The first is about the reflective teaching helps teachers develop their identity, personal agency, and adaptability. And the next one is about epistemic belief influence how teachers perceive knowledge, learning, and make instructional decisions. And third one, instructional competence represent teachers' capability to plan, implement, and evaluate learning effectively. In here, our purpose is about aims to integrate findings from previous studies on reflective teachings, epistemic belief, and instructional competence. It also seeks to highlight existing research gaps and purpose direction for improving teacher education programs. And for the next slide is about our methods. So we use a systematic literature review was conducted using thematic analysis covering studies published between 2017 and 2025. The data sources articles were collected from Scopus, Eric Scientific, Springling, and Google Scholar, limited to English and peer-reviewed studies. Move into the next slide. Okay, so I'm sorry for the data screening and analysis from an initial pool 20 relevant studies, 10 per construct. All were analyzed to explore conceptual relationship and emerging pedagogical implications among the three constructs. We move into the next slide, which is the findings. The first findings is from reflective teaching constructs. So we found that reflective practice enhance teacher self-awareness, professional growth, and decision-making. Second one, video-based reflection builds metacognitive awareness for refining teaching strategies. And the third one is about peer and collaborative reflection foster critical dialogue and teamwork. The next one is about reflection increases teacher autonomy, confidence, and adaptability. And the last but not least is about structural reflection within institutions creates a stronger professional learning culture. In the first construct, which is the reflective teaching, we found several gaps, which is the first one is most studies are short-term and qualitative, and then second one is limited and use of digital reflections tools, and the last one is about lack of cross-cultural and policy-oriented research. While those with naive EB often rely on practice, we also found that EB affect teachers' reflective thinking, instructional listening. Moreover, in addition, sophisticated EB correlate with autonomy, self-regulated learning, and more innovative strategies. However, literature also important gaps. One, many teachers hold constructivist beliefs, but in practice, they still struggle to implement them because of cultural and institutional factors. Furthermore, research on EB remain limited. So, for the next for the points, the literature of this students and it also noted that teacher competence
Kemudian the profile of 14 student has noted in operation.
Sorry, Ibu, for interrupting. It seems that your internet connection is quite laggy.
Hello, I'm sorry. Our voice is clear now. Hello. Hello, Miss. How about now, Miss?
Okay, much better. I'm gonna
Ah,
give
okay.
you like 1 minute extra time.
For the additional, so everything related to reflective practice and self-defense, and in addition, supervision and professional development improve feedback, reflection, and collaboration. Next slide. All right. So, in summary, the results of our study is teaching systemic beliefs and instructional competence, the elements that drive teachers' personal development. Systemic beliefs shape how teachers process knowledge and determine their openness to reflection, while if teaching helps refine instructional content. So we believe that this study can serve as the reference in developing more effective teaching practice. And that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and we will give it back to the.
Oh, thank you very much for the presentation. Ibu Iswayuni, out from Universitas Brawijaya. Now I'm going to invite our next presenter from Universitas Terbuka, Ibu Nisa Arafia Triwulandari. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna remind you before the presentation, please make sure that your internet connection is stable.
Okay, thank you, Bu Emerald. Do you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, everybody, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished organizers, Ibu Emerald as moderator, and Professor Gunarjo as reviewer, fellow presenters, and all participants. It's truly an honor to be here at the Palangka Raya International Conference on Education 2025. My name is Nisa Rafia Triwulandari from Universitas Terbuka. Together with my colleagues from Universitas Terbuka and Universitas Negeri Malang, I am delighted to share our study titled Designing the Future of Pancasila Education and its analysis for interactive Android-based digital learning materials in primary schools. Pancasila education plays a strategic role in shaping character, civic literacy, and 21st century skills among young learners. Under the curriculum Merdeka, these competencies are embedded in the Pancasila student profile, emphasizing 6 key dimensions: faith and noble character, independency, mutual cooperation, global diversity, critical thinking, and creativity. However, in many schools, especially those with limited resources, Pancasila education is still delivered conventionally, often through lectures or textbook memorization. Teachers' digital skills vary widely. ICT use remains limited, and students sometimes find the lessons abstract or boring. At the same time, Indonesia has one of the highest mobile device ownership rates in Southeast Asia, with Android dominating the market. This opens a strong opportunity to bring Pancasila learning closer to students through mobile, interactive, and contextual media. Therefore, our study aims to identify the pedagogical content and technical requirements needed to develop an Android-based digital application called Go Pancasila, designed specifically for primary school learners. We conducted online survey using a structured questionnaire The instrument included both Likert type and open-ended question. The Likert section, 4-point scale, equals 1 equals never or not willing, to 4 equal always or very willing. Explore how students prefer to learn about the values like respect, tolerance, and diversity through videos, books, stories, or discussions. It also assesses their interest in digital learning media, including games, simulation, and websites. The open-ended question invited reflection on what makes civic lessons boring and what kind of digital experiences students have found meaningful. We surveyed 115 students from grades 4 to 6, representing 3 schools, SDIT Umolukuro in Depok, SDN Sukoharjo in SDN Sukoharjo 1 in Malang, and SD Muhammadiyah 12 in Pamulang. The data were analyzed quantitatively to identify trends and priorities in students' learning media preferences. And the results were very encouraging. Most students expressed strong enthusiasm for visual and interactive learning. 82% preferred videos and digital stories over traditional books or lectures. 78% enjoyed games and simulation as part of learning. 71% like story-based discussion on tolerance and respect. And about 3 out of 4 students said they feel more motivated when these lessons include points, badges, or rankings. These findings align with Mayer and Fiorella's 20 and 21 cognitive theory of multimedia learning, which explains that combining words and image helps learners form deeper understanding. They also support Matlu Bayraktar ETAL 20 and 22, who emphasize the role of multimedia design principles such as modality and signaling in improving comprehension. In the Indonesian context, our findings are consistent with Amalia, Wedi, and Sitiosari 20 and 20, and Susilo ETAL 20 and 19, who found that mobile and Android-based learning materials significantly improve student engagement and learning outcomes. Thus, the development of Go Pancasila, an Android-based interactive application, is not only pedagogically sound, but also contextually relevant to Indonesia's digital learning ecosystem. In conclusion, the study shows that primary students are ready and eager for digital, interactive, and gamified learning experiences to explore civic and moral values. Developing Go Pancasila will therefore help make Pancasila education more meaningful, joyful, and accessible for all students, especially in resource-limited schools. This initiative aligns with the Curriculum Merdeka mission to strengthen the Pancasila student profile through technology-enhanced experiential learning. Our next step will be to transform this need analysis into a full prototype and evaluation phase to ensure the design truly meets classroom realities. Thank you very much to your attention. I look forward to your question and discussion. Thank you, Ms. Emerald.
Okay, thank you Ibu Nisa Rafia Triwulandari from Universitas Terbuka for the presentation. However, concerning our time constraint, I'm afraid that Q&A session is not possible. Okay, now we're going to proceed to the next presenter, Ibu Lala Indrawati from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Hello, Ibu Lala Indrawati.
Mohon izin Ibu, sepertinya rekan saya atas nama Ibu Lala sedang terkendala sinyal.
Okay, so I'm going to proceed to the next presenter. Is that okay? Kalau begitu saya lanjutkan ke presenter selanjutnya, tidak apa-apa ya Ibu. Let me know if you are ready. Boleh beritahu saya nanti kalau sudah siap ya. You can drop the message on the chat box. Okay, now I'm going to invite another presenter from Universitas Negeri Malang, Ibu Sandrina Kanya Patricia. Are you here?
Yeah,
Okay, ready to present your presentation?
I do.
Okay, time
Can
is
you
yours.
please present my presentation?
Okay, so give me a moment so I can check your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, I think it's gonna be taking time if I download your presentation. Is that okay if I share your presentation from the Google Drive?
It's okay. It's totally
Okay.
fine.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, now you can start the presentation.
Right. Good afternoon, bonsoir, magandang hapon, buenas tardes, distinguished participants. My name is Trina Kanya Patricia, or Trina for short. I am from Malang State University, Indonesia. Today, I'm very honored to be able to present my paper in an international conference titled Reinventing Legal Education from Classroom to Cyberspace. Next. This research explores how the COVID-19 pandemic became a turning point for legal education, shifting us from traditional classroom to digital platform, and how this transformation brings both new opportunities and ethical challenge for the future of legal studies or law studies. The COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 caused a massive disruption to education worldwide. Legal education in particular has always relied on physical interaction like moot courts, debates, and case discussion. However, with lockdowns, legal education had to adapt almost overnight to a fully online system. This rapid transition reveals both the strength and the weakness of our educational framework, forcing universities to innovate in ways never imagined before. Next. This research used a qualitative descriptive approach with library-based data. I use a social legal perspective, meaning I analyze law not just as a written rules, but as a system that interacts with society, technology, and ethics. Next. The findings of this study reveal that digitalization in legal education brings both opportunities and challenge. On the positive side, it has made learning more inclusive and flexible. Students from different regions, especially in underserved areas, who previously faced barriers such as distance or cost, can now access quality education from anywhere through online classes, hybrid lectures, and recorded sessions. This way has encouraged wider participation in law studies, allowing students to join national and even international law discussion. However, this shift has also exposed unequal access to stable internet and different level of digital literacy that creates significant learning gaps. Students in urban area may progress quickly, but those in rural areas often struggle to keep up. Another crucial issue is academic integrity. Online learning environments make it easier for plagiarism, cheating to occur if there are no strict monitoring mechanisms. This challenge the credibility of legal education itself, because law, at its core, is built on honesty and ethics. The findings also highlight how lectures have become key agent of change. Many have developed new teaching methods, combining it with digital tools such as online moot courts, virtual legal clinics, and interactive simulation. This innovation proves that technology can enhance critical thinking and practical skills when used effectively. Yet, the transformation must not stop at adopting new tools. It must evolve into a new culture of learning, one that emphasizes collaboration, reflection, and ethical responsibility in every online interaction. In essence, digital transformation in legal education is not merely about technology, but about redefining the values of teaching, learning, and justice in modern era. Next. Well, in conclusion, the digitalization of legal education has reshaped the traditional landscape of learning in Indonesia and beyond. It offers flexibility, accessibility, and innovation, yet challenges like inequality, inconsistency, and academic integrity. The future lies in building a balanced hybrid system that combines the efficiency of technology with the depth of human interaction. Reinventing legal education is not about replacing tradition, it's about integrating process. With integrity, preparing the next generation of lawyers to thrive both in the courtroom and in cyberspace. Next slide. Okay, before closing this presentation, I have one favorite quote. Technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. That's all for me. Thank you, merci, danke, terima kasih for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Sandrina Kanya Patricia. Nice quote. Now I'm going to invite our next presenter from Universitas Palangka Raya, Ibu Handini Sringoringo and Ibu Erma Sujiani. Hello, is Ibu Handini here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you ready with the presentation?
I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, time is yours.
Ma'am, PPT-nya saya sendiri yang share screen, Kak.
Silakan. If it's possible to share by yourself, it's okay. If you need help, let me know. Okay, it's readable.
Does everyone can see my PPT?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, if
Thank you,
possible,
everyone.
you can click the slideshow.
Okay. Now let me start my title here. So title is Students' Perception Toward the Implementation of Proyek Penguatan Profil Pelajar Pancasila or P5 at SMA Negeri 5 Palangka Raya. This title, I come with Ma'am Erma and Snafika Amalia. As the introduction, Proyek Penguatan Profil Pelajar Pancasila, abbreviated as P5, is a co-curricular program launched in 2022 and a new program that launched by Minister of Education. And then second one is class 11 and 3 had varying levels of understanding of the values of the Pancasila. That's why understanding student perception is crucial for effective program implementation and improvement. As the methods here, I use qualitative descriptive with subjects the students of 11 and 3, and then I conduct the research with instrument, questionnaire, and interviews. And then after I collect the data, I do analysis. The study uses a standard Likert scale with qualitative descriptive. First, I categorize the perception into two perception. They are positive perception and negative perception. After that, I conducted interviews with 15 students and use thematic analysis for interviews. Next, now to the results. Before that, the questionnaire revealed there are two perception of students. They have 67% of positive perception and then 37 with negative perception. After that, I conduct the interview, and this is the result. First one from positive perception. This is the main point. From positive perception, they think that the program is interesting and beneficial, and then helps students understand local culture and Pancasila values through practical activities. I'm sorry, I don't mention before that when I conduct this research, the theme is local culture. And then from negative perception, there are three main points that they mention. Is first one is poor organization and rush implementation. And then the second one is financial burden on students. And the last one is lack of clear explanation about the program. So that's the result that I made in some points from each perception. And then next to the discussion here that conclude this result, there are three main points. The first one, students prefer more practical hands-on activities rather than theoretical lessons. Next, need for better financial support from the school. And then the last one is implementation should be more structured and aligned with students' interests. Now we come to the conclusion from this research. I made a 2-point conclusion. The first one is conclude this research. Students have negative and positive perception of the P5 program, while most of students have a positive perception of P5, but there are significant challenges in its implementation. Improvements are needed in funding, organization, and activity design to make P5 more effective. Okay, now come to an end. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Hani, for the presentation. Now I'm going to invite the next presenter from Stikom Tunas Bangsa Pematang Siantar, Ibu Ika Purnamasari. Are you ready, Ibu? Hello, Ibu Ika. Are you with us? Okay, one more time, Ibu Ika. Hello, Ibu Ika. Okay, it means there is problem with the communication. Now I'm going to invite another presenter from Universitas Palangka Raya, Ibu Elga Araina. Ibu Elga.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready with the presentation,
Yeah,
Ibu?
okay, I'm ready.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elga Raina, and together with my team, I will present our research entitled, Can I see my PPT?
Okay, so do you need my help to
Yeah.
share the screen? Okay, give me a moment, please.
Because of the history and life of country. Next, the research question of this study is how are the processes of transmission and the interpretation of violence cultural values in movements.
Okay, it's finally downloaded.
National values reflects me as an indicator how I can and give the values to exploration. Next. This research
Okay, is this readable, Ibu?
Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I will present our research entitled Validation of EcoBot Game Learning Media to Improve the Pedagogical Competence of MGMP Teachers Biology. Next. Okay. As you can see on the screen, I will be talking about to the focus on developing and validating an interactive eco-based learning media to enhance teachers' pedagogical competence. The 21st century education requires teachers to be able to develop 4C skills. Many teachers of biology subject teachers conference or MGMP in Pulang Pisau Regency still face challenges in developing interesting learning media. Efforts to improve teachers' pedagogical competence are crucial to addressing these challenges. But games in learning can improve students' learning outcomes and interest in science. Validate in EcoBot game learning media as an innovative educational medium. Okay, next. Method for our research. The first quantitative descriptive for Julai to September 2025 dilaksanakan di SMA Negeri 1 Pulang Pisau. And then Mitra MGMP Biology Community of Pulang Pisau Regency and documentation and completion of validity sets by expert. And then research data will be converted into descriptive qualitative data. Next. For research and discussion, the validation research by media experts on the EcoBot game show total score of 32 with a percentage of 18%. And then the validation research by material experts show a total score of 31 with a percentage of 77. 15 include in the good category. Next. Research for EcoBot game has met the eligibility criteria as an innovative learning medium capable of improving the pedagogical competence of biology teachers. And then this media is considered effective in encouraging teachers to be more creative and innovative in developing contextual learning. The next EcoBot game, as a result of the MGMP biology teacher training in Pulang Pisau Regency, can be used by developed as a medium that support the implementation of the independent curriculum. Next. The last, and for conclusion, based on the validation results conducted by material expert and media expert, it can be concluded that the EcoBot game learning media is suitable for use supporting tool for biology learning for MGMP biology teachers in Pulang Pisau Regency. And then the EcoBot game can be an innovative alternative to support interactive and meaningful biology learning. Future development can focus on improving the innovative aspect of the material and expanding the application of this media to other relevant learning contexts. Okay. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Elga, for the presentation.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference organizer for giving me the opportunity to share our research.
Okay, Ibu Lala Indrawati, Are you ready to present your presentation today with us?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So time is yours.
I need your hand to share screen my presentation.
Okay,
Please.
could you please give me a moment?
Okay. Hello, Ibu Emerald.
Okay, hello, Ibu Lala. It seems that I have two files here. Which one? Can you name the title?
The development.
Okay, the development of e-module, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Please give me a moment.
Enhancing moral integrity and discipline. So the principle is, by example, encouraging enhancing responsibility.
This one, Ibu Lala?
Yes, exactly. Thanks,
Okay.
Ibu Emerald.
Okay, my pleasure. Time is yours.
Can everyone hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Gunarjo Suryanto Budi, Master of Science as a reviewer from University of Palangka Raya, fellow researcher and conference participants. So, my name is Lala Indrawati. I'm a student at Master Degree Indonesian University of Education Bandung, and my major is Civic Education. I'm also alumnus Civic Education undergraduate program at University of Palangka Raya. And today, I'm very grateful to present our research with title Development of an model based on local wisdom Penyang Hinje Simpai with a flipbook design on the topic of Indonesian diversity for grade 7 student of junior high school to Palangka Raya. Let's check it out. Next. As we know, we have entered society 5.0 era. Ready or no, we must ready an adaptation, especially on education aspect, demand innovation, not only about digital learning, but also about culturally meaningful. However, observation conducted at junior high school through Palangka Raya at 2023 indicates that the learning process still relies on conventional textbook and student worksheet, without the use of digital learning research incorporating local wisdom. And meanwhile, the local philosophy of Penyang Hinje Simpai as philosophy diatribe at Central Borneo with the meaning living in harmony and peace embodies moral and social values highly relevant to the concept of Indonesian diversity.
Moreover, this research has aimed to develop a digital teaching material that is interactive, contextual, and rooted in the local culture to support the learning of civic education, especially the topic about Indonesian diversity. And then, next. Okay, and then this research employ research and development design using the 4D model developed by Tiagarajan, Semal, and Semal, which consists of 4 steps: define, design, develop, and disease manage. And in this study, we applied the first 3 steps. Firstly, is about define to analyze learner needs and learning object. Secondly, design to create the structure and layout of the flipbook based module integrating the values of Penyang Hinje Simpai. And thirdly is about develop to validate the product through expert assessment on material and media aspect. This research use a subject where 7 grade student at junior high school to Palangka Raya. And the next. Next. On the other hand, about result and discussion. About result also, the development process produces a flipbook based model that integrates local wisdom values into the teaching of Indonesian diversity. The material expert validation achieved an average score of 113.35 categories as a highly visible, while the media expert validation score
Sorry, 1 minute left.
41.95 also within the high visible category. Okay, Ibu Emerald. And now I want to continue. This finding demonstrates that the module is approach for classroom use, but in terms of content quality and digital design. Furthermore, the integration of Penyang Hinje Simpai values encourage students to internalize the principle of harmony, peace, and unity, core aspect of civic education and national character formation. And the next slide. For the conclusion, the flipbook-based module integrating local wisdom Penyang Hinje Simpai is feasible and effective as a supplementary learning material for civic education. This innovation not only increases student motivation in learning, but also bridges digital literacy and cultural identity in the learning process. The product is expected to serve as a model for developing digital learning material based on local wisdom in other schools across Indonesia especially,
Sorry,
and
your
also
time is up.
supporting culturally responsive education in digital era. Last I said, thank you for beautiful eyes and sorry for my mistake. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Lala, for the presentation. Now I'm going to invite the next presenter from Universitas Palangka Raya, Ibu Titin Purnaningsi and Ibu Ririn Fahrina.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, time is yours, Ibu.
Kelihatan nggak, Rin?
Yeah, it's clear, Ibu.
PT Ibu tadi sudah masuk, sudah aku harusnya.
Okay, Ibu Titin, you may start now.
Yeah. Can you help me, Miss Imelda? I cannot present in my PPT. Di close aja ya. Aduh, nggak bisa nih.
Okay, please give me a moment so I can download your PowerPoint
Okay,
first.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And then we would like to understand how is the way
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Titin Purnaningsih, and the other name in my team is Ririn Fahrina. We will be presenting our research results with the title is Feasibility Analysis of Developing Interactive Electronic Modules with Educaplay in Plantai Teaching Materials for High School Students in Kahayan Hilir and Kahayan Tengah Pulang Pisau District. Introduction in my presentation is development of ICT in the digital era is encouraged innovation in learning through the development of interactive e-module that enable students to learn more independently, engagingly, and interactively. And the problems in our research are in the plantai material, students often have difficulty because the concepts are complex. Learning is still theoretical and conventional at Kahayan Hilir and Kahayan Tengah High Schools. And we have the solution, an interactive e-module based on EducaPlay was developed, combining text and image and providing various interactive features such as quizzes, puzzles, and educational game to increase student interest and understanding. This study aims to determine the feasibility of interactive module with EducaPlay on plantai material for high school students in Kahayan Hilir and Kahayan Tengah District, Pulang Pisau Regency. And the method, next slide. The method using R&D. The development model is the ADI model, which consists of 5 stages, namely analyze, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. And research instrument validation questionnaire is given to 3 experts. The first is media expert, language experts, and subject matter experts. A statement item was assessed using a Likert scale ranging from 1 to 5, and data analysis conducting using quantitative descriptive analysis by calculate the percentage of validity scores using the formula. Validity percent is a score obtained, divide maximum score, and multiplied 100%. And next, and there are criteria the validity and the result and discussion. There are 3 experts in our research result. The first is the result of content expert validation. The second is expert media validation results. And the third is language expert validation result. For the result of content expert validation, there are 7 statements, and the amount of score is 69, and the analysis results show a score of 81.18%, highly valid and acceptable for use in learning, with suggestions for improvement in the image and deepening of concept through current case studies. And the second expert media validation result, there are 7 statements, and the amount of score is 63, and it shows that the analysis results show a score of 90%, highly citable, and citable for use in a learning with a suggestion for improvement in the image, namely to use personal collection to improve media quality. And the third expert validation result, there are 7 statements,
and the amount of score is 68. This shows that the language aspect scores 98 and 0.57% in the very good category, using communicative language and follows the rules with minor improvements in the use of punctuation. And the last, the conclusion is the result of this research indicate that the material aspect, 81.18%, shows the suitable of the content with basic competency and student needs. The second, the media aspect with a total score of 90% confirms the excellence of the design and interactive. The language aspect shows effective and communicative language used in accordance with linguist rules with an overall score of 98.57%. And overall, this model considers relevant, interesting, interactive, and communicative with the potential to increase student motivation and learning outcomes, making educable very suitable for use in the biology learning process. And that's the result of our presentation. And thank you for your kind attention for our team research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Titin, for sharing your research. Now I'm going to invite another presenter from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Miss Amara.
Okay, Ibu Tira Cantika.
Yes.
Time is yours, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Honorable Bapak Professor Dr. Gunarjo Suryanto Budi, Master of Science, as a reviewer from University of Palangka Raya, fellow researchers and conference participants. Before that, I would like to thank the reviewers and all participants for the opportunity. It is an honor for me to stand here today. My name is Tira Cantika from Bandung, West Java. I'm a student from Master's Program in Civic Education at the Indonesia University of Education. And right now, I'm pleased to present our study entitled Application of Project-Based Learning based on Javanese philosophical values. Guyub rukun, gemah ripah, lah jinawi, tata tentrem, kerta raharja. Sorry, I need your help to share my presentation before, please.
Okay, please give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna share it from my drive. Is that okay?
It's okay. Okay.
Okay, now time is yours.
Okay, right now I'm pleased to present our study entitled Application of Project-Based Learning based on Javanese philosophical values Guyub Rukun, Gemah Ripah, Lah Jinawi, Tata Tentrem, Kerta Raharjo in the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia material and 10th grade of SMA Angkasa Hussein Sastra Negara Bandung. Now, to provide a clearer understanding of why this topic is important, let me begin by explaining the background of our research, and let's moving on. In Indonesia, civic and Pancasila education remains largely theoretical and teacher-centered, emphasizing memorization rather than meaningful engagement. A study by the Ministry of Education and Culture's Research and Development Agency on 2022 showed that more than 60% of high school students in Indonesia are unable to explain the relationship between the values of Pancasila and the contents of the 1945 Constitution in the context of national and state life. As a result, a student often feel disconnected from the real essence of the 1945 Constitution. Meanwhile, the Javanese philosophical values Guyub Rukun, Gemah Ripah, Lah Jinawi, Tata Tentrem, and Kerta Raharja represent the ideals of harmony, prosperity, peace, and welfare that align with Indonesia's national goals. These values are a unity of local Javanese wisdom values, which consist of several terms and have different meanings. This study aims to integrate those values into project-based learning to make civic education more contextual, meaningful, character-oriented, and rooted in local wisdom.
Recording in progress.
Okay, and the next slide is the methods that we use in our research. Next slide. Okay, we employed a qualitative descriptive approach. The participants include one civic education teacher, 5 of 10th grade students, and 2 experts in the field of cultural education and learning media as of validators. The data were gathered through classroom observation, in-depth interview, and documentation of lesson plans and student project. The technique analysis followed that the Miles and Haberman model is like a data reduction, display, and conclusion drawing with a triangulation to ensure data accurability. Okay, next slide. Okay, thus results and discussion of the application of project-based learning transform conventional study to experiential learning and to make more meaningful the teacher-centered learning into a student-centered participatory process. The students explore how the real-life societal issues related to Japanese values, such as social cooperation, economic equality, and environmental harmony, based on the Japanese values like Guyub Rukun means a prosperous life, Gemah Ripah and Loh Jinawi refer to a life of abundance and the proper utilization of natural resources. Furthermore, Tata Tantrum means a safe, peaceful, and tranquil life. And finally, Kertara Harjo is the nation's ideal of well-being. Although the majority of students at the school are Sundanese, this project challenged them to gain a deeper understanding of other cultures. They developed 21st century skills like critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and communication, while the output product of this research is creating digital posters that connected local wisdom to the 1945 Constitution. Through 6 stages of project-based learning that consists of project determination, planning, scheduling, implementation, presentation, and evaluation. The students became more engaged, cooperative, and reflective. They also realized that local culture supports the constitutional ideals of justice, peace, and prosperity. And last slide. Okay, in conclusion, the project-based learning based on Japanese philosophical values makes a civic education more meaningful and character building. Students didn't only learn about the Constitution cognitively, but also internalize moral and cultural values through real-life projects. This model successfully bridged local wisdom with national identity, promoting unity, cooperation, and civic responsibility. Okay, I think it's enough. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much for your attention, and I apologize for any mistake. Matur nuwun sangat, hatur nuhun, and thank you very much. And I'm wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation, Ibu Tira Cantika. Now, I'm going to invite another presenter from Stikom Tunas Bangsa Pematang Siantar, Ibu Ika Purnamasari. Okay, are you ready with the presentation, Ibu Ika?
Thank you for the chance. Can I share my screen?
Okay, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see the slide?
Okay, it's clear, but could you please click the slideshow?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thanks for the time. Here I want to present my presentation. The title is about the effect of storyline articulation learning media in improving the ability of cheerful gymnastic in student at TVI Medan Special School. Okay, I am Ika Purnamasari from Stikom Tunas Bangsa Pematang Center. The first I will explain about the introductions. Here, file defining general indicates the first is movement sequence are often lost due to demonstrative without step markers, and then the media is not accessible, low contrast, small icons, and no captions. And then the third is verbal feedback is delay and generic. Number 4, short attention spans and sorcery sensitive disrupt the continuity of practice. And then the limited face-to-face time reduce the repetition needed for automations. And the last one, 6, safety concern limit to open client. Here we use the storylines. Yeah, storylines allows the teacher to package a fun gymnastics. Yeah, especially this is for the sports. Yeah, sport olahraga, bidang olahraga. Yeah, fun gymnastics sequence into the short. sequential clips with the visual steps cues, repeat or slow down, buttons, caption, and also slow voiceover to accommodate attentional and sensory variations. Next, we continue to the method. This is here we use the quantitative approach with the quasi-experimental pretest and post-test control group design. So here we use two classes. The first is for the experimental and the second for the control. Pretest and post-test data on gymnastic performance are collected through the direct observations by two trained assessors. Yeah. Next, this is study involved 32 students from the Medan Special Needs School, North Sumatra, who met the inclusion criteria and obtained parental or graduate permission to the participant. And the characteristic of the study subject based on disability type show a heterogeneous composition with the following breakdown, like 14 students or 43.75% with mild intellectual disability, 9 students with hearing impairment or 28.13%, and 5 students with visual impairments are 15.63%, and 4 students with mild physical impairment are 12.50%. This is the result and also the findings. The result and also the findings, it is show about the pre-test and post-test score. After that, I will show the t-test part of the test. This is the two group, experimental and also control. From the result and finding, we know that it is found that the average pre-test score of the experimental group was 42.38 with a standard deviation of 8.72, while the average pretest for the control was 41.63 with a standard deviation of 9.15. The average difference between two groups was only 0.75 points, which indicates that the initial abilities of the cheerful gymnastics of two groups were relatively equal. To ensure the quality of initial abilities statistically, an independent sample t-test was conducted which produced a t-value of 0.237 with a significance of 0.814 or P is bigger than 0.05. This indicates that there was no significant difference the initial abilities of the experimental group and also the control group. This is the post-test, the result of the post-test. Maybe you
Okay,
can
1
see.
minute remaining, Ibu.
Okay, it can be seen, yeah, the post-test score for the experimental group reached 78.44 with standard deviation of 6.91, while the control group reached 58.25 with standard deviation of 8.43. Okay, this is the pilot sample t-test. Maybe you can see about this slide. Now, it's conclude that the experimental group experienced an average increase of 36.06 points with a T count of 19.96 and significant level 0.00 or P is smaller than 0.05. Okay, this is the result of N gain. Yeah, the experimental group had gain of 62.5%, which is the medium to high category.
Sorry, your time is up, Ibu. Please wrap up your presentation.
Okay, this is about the conclusions. The articulation storyline learning media has a very significant effect in improving cheerful gymnastics skills of students in SLB TPI Medan. Okay, excellence consistent across the indicators was prominent students with low initial abilities, confirming the value of adaptive scaffolding. Okay, I think it is enough for my presentations.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ika, for the presentation. Now I'm going to invite our last presenter in this session, Bapak Ari Makani from Universitas Palangka Raya.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ibu, if possible, could you please turn your camera on?
Sorry, apa namanya? Sedang tidak di tempat, jadi tidak bisa menyalakan kamera.
Okay, no problem. Time is
Bisa minta
yours.
ya, bisa minta tolong slide-nya dibantu untuk.
Okay, give me a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I don't have your file with me.
Oh, ya kah? Education Community for Sustainable.
Could you please give me a moment so I can confirm with the committee?
Okay.
Ibu Ari sebelumnya ada di room berapa?
Sebenarnya di offline, tapi karena anak sakit, jadi saya kirim ke online.
Oh
Di
iya,
room-
offline di room berapa? Dengan
Saya
siapa
tidak-
sebelumnya?
Saya masukkan di roomnya online, nggak di roomnya offline.
Ya, sebelumnya offline di ruang siapa,
Iya,
Ibu?
di ruangnya Pak Indra kalau nggak salah.
Oh, di ruang Pak Indra ya. Sebentar ya, kami cek dulu.
Ya.
Okay, sorry, due to the technical problem, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes only to present your presentation. Is that okay, Ibu Ari?
Oke, oke.
In 3 minutes only?
Oke. Thank you, Bu Emerald. My paper, Education Community for Sustainable Literacy and Digital Skill, Research Briquette Innovation. Introduction, research was evident in Indonesia but underblazed. Open burning has negative environmental impact. Rice has potential as alternative energy source through briquette. Low experimental and digital literacy, higher understanding of benefit and marketing. The role of university is important in bringing information gap through community service, solution, technical training, increase environmental literacy and digital literacy assistance. A research method, this description method with field and case study, survey, potential research and with the community level, descriptive, qualitative data analysis to explain the relationship between literacy, technical skill, and digital marketing. A result and discussion, community education increase awareness and skill in local resource management, briquette making training, increase motivation, ownership and alternative energy innovation. Low digital literacy is a challenge in product marketing. Digital mentoring help improve online marketing skill. The program has positive social economy and environmental impact. And conclusion and recommendation, community education based on local research management and digital literacy, effective increases awareness, skill, and well-being rural communities. The program impact social solidarity, economy, opportunities, and carbon emission reduction. We have not only implementation the result of the research, the team conducted in the from the final report or journal, but we have summarized them in a learning book for as waste both, but also contain learning model, appropriate technology, briquette making models, contraction location distance finding, and time limited and low digital literacy. The integration of community education, digital literacy, and resource briquette innovation support sustainable development. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ibu Ari, thank you for the presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our online parallel session. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all presenters for sharing your research. And our reviewer, Professor Dr. Gunarjo S. Budi MSc, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, and thank you very much, everyone.
And see you.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar agar bisa segera masuk ke dalam ruangan, karena kita akan segera memulai acara closing ceremony kita pada hari ini. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada seluruh tamu undangan, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang masih berada di luar, untuk bisa segera masuk ke dalam ruangan dan menempati kursi yang telah disediakan, karena acara closing ceremony kita akan segera kita mulai. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Palangka Raya International Conference on Education 2025. Selamat sore dan selamat datang kembali dalam acara seminar internasional kita sore hari ini. Now we are stepping to the last session of our event, which is the closing ceremony. But before of that, we would like to announce for the best presenters of our conference today. Kita akan mendengarkan pengumuman best presenters untuk international conference kita sore hari ini. Kepada panitia kami silakan. Ya, baik Bapak, kami silakan untuk bisa mengumumkan best presenter.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. And before the closing ceremony, I will announce the winner of the presenter in each of every room. And for the room 5, this is the winner. Okay, for the room 5, the theme is social politics, economy, psychology, and law in education. The winner is Sandrina Kanya Patricia from Universitas Negeri Malang. The paper title is Reinventing Legal Education from Classroom to Cyberspace, Opportunities, Challenges, and Transformation. Okay, and for the Best Presenter Prize 2024 in the room 4, the theme is Physical and Health Education. The winner is Siska Evia from Universitas Palangka Raya. The paper title is Barriers and Facilitators of Physical Education in Managing Digital Screen Time and Enhancing Health at the SMA N2 Palangka Raya, an explanatory sequential mixed method study. All right. And the best presenter for the room 3, the theme is Social Politics, Economy, Psychology, and Law in Education. The winner is Romiati from Universitas Palangka Raya. The paper title is Enhancing Self-Care Among Guidance and Counseling Teachers through Training on the Butterfly Health Technology. Okay, for the room 2, the theme is Learning Model, Strategy, and Methods. The winner is Dr. Abu Darin, MSc from Universitas Palangka Raya. the paper title, you can see there, the constructing and understanding thermochemistry from the kitchen. And for the best presenter in the, there's a two, the best presenter and the favorite presenter. So we can come to the favorite first. The winner is Putri Sasalia S from UPR. That's for the favorite, yeah. And for the first winner, Fonta Salveninahan, PhD from UPR. How can I say it to myself? My paper title is Energy Saving Use, a cooking oil stove design with integrated blower fan. Yeah, that's the thing. Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you. And congratulations for all of the best presenters for our international conference today. So without further ado, I would like to invite Bapak Pontas Anahan STM and PhD to deliver closing remarks and to officially close our international conference today. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first thing first, let's say our, what we call it, the motto of our university. Tabe salamat, linggo nalatay, salam kahujud, karendem malempang, adil katalino, bacuramin kasuraga, basengat kajubata, arus, arus, arus. Okay. And esteemed participants, distinguished speakers, honored guests, fellow academic and dear colleagues, on behalf of the Rectorate of the Universitas Palangka Raya and the Dean's Office of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I extend our deepest apologies for their inability to attend this closing ceremony and to accompany this conference until its conclusion. Their absence is deeply regretted, yet their full support and commitment to this event have been unwavering from the very beginning. The first Palangka Raya International Conference on Education Prize have been more than just an academic gathering. It has been a vital platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation in the field of education. In the heart of the Central Kalimantan, we recognize the urgent need to strengthen and sustain quality education that is inclusive, culturally responsive, and future-oriented. This conference was conceived with the clear purpose of fostering scholarly exchange, sharing best practices, and building networks that transcend borders, both geographically and disciplinary. We are honored to have welcomed participants not only from across Palangka Raya and throughout Indonesia, but also from various countries around the world. Our keynote and invited speakers, renowned scholars and practitioners of the international stature, have generally shared their insight, research, and visions, enriching our collective understanding and inspiring new direction in educational thought and practice. As we conclude this inaugural conference, let us carry forward the spirit of learning, inquiry, and collaboration that has defined these past days. May the knowledge exchange here continue to inform our teaching, research, and community engagement. Let us ensure the momentum generated by prize does not end today, but flows steadily into our classrooms, our institution, and our broader educational ecosystem. To the dedicated organizing committee, our heartfelt gratitude for your tireless effort, creativity, and resilience. To our presenter, thank you for sharing your valuable work with honesty and patience. And to every participant, Your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and vibrant discussion have been the soul of this conference. If any shortcomings occur during the event, we sincerely ask for your understanding and forgiveness. Looking ahead, we envision PRIZE growing into a flagship international forum that not only elevates the academic profile of the University of Palangka Raya, but also contributes meaningfully to global conversation on equitable, sustainable, and transformative education, especially in the regions like Central Kalimantan, where education is both a challenge and a promise. Thank you, and safe travel to you all.
Thank you for our chief of committee for delivering the closing remarks for us. Ladies and gentlemen, hadirin yang kami hormati, demikianlah acara Palangka Raya International Conference and Education 2025. On behalf of the organizing committee of the International Conference, extending our appreciation to each and every one of you for joining this international conference today. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be your master of ceremony. Finally, from the deep of my heart, I do apologize for any mistakes that I did. Mohon maaf apabila ada kesalahan dalam perkataan maupun perbuatan. We look forward to seeing you all on the next event. Demikian acara kita hari ini. I wish you all a pleasant day and see you on the next event.